snuck. And it's so welcome, but no recorders. Baptized by laughter in the dark. We stand tall, sporting fake orders. In the church of glory rise, with chaos and shenanigans bright. Chocolate and sarcasm uprise. Together we light up the night.
Hey guys, I feel like Megan, although I need a boob shirt now, which, I'm sure I can find one when I go shopping soon. But this is Cross and Court. This is the Michigan versus Michael Jackson-Bolanos case. This is no longer, or this is still part three because, you know, it's it's been a week. The start of school and everything else has just thrown me off. Squid Pro Quo and Wolfram, again, thank you as always for doing your modly duties. It is so appreciated. Jariah, welcome. Sorry you're still an angry man yelling at a cloud. Good morning, Heidi. And Zach, good morning. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll put on my Hobbit outfits, my more cottage core outfits. Maybe I'll do that. Everyone's got to have a hook. So we are on part three, and let me see. I will show you guys. Actually, I have something special to show you guys. So it's not a big secret or anything, but my oldest daughter is turning 18 today, and uh, baby mom Mo got all of her newborn outfits and sewed them together. And I was going to make this into a blanket, but now I'm going to give her the option if she wants to put this on a in a shadow box. And if she wants to cut off the purple paisley in the back, it's maybe not to her taste and more to mine. Then she can just have it on a black backdrop. But I embroidered the fabric in the middle, and these are all the favorite outfits I had of her as a little girl. And of course, she is the firstborn. So, did I do this with the rest of my children? I still have parts of their baby clothes that I'm, in theory, supposed to do this for, if that answers that question. The sad truth of adding additional children is that baby books rarely get finished, and it's kind of piecemeal after that, unfortunately. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to give it to her. She actually wants her own fridge and freezer, one of those bigger like dorm fridges for her room. She's always been my really practical kind of born 47 like me. She's the one kid that I'm like, yes, I am definitely your mother. She's like a mini me. So it is absolutely awe-inspiring to me because I remember when she was born and I was like, "You're gonna let me go home from the hospital by my own self without a more adulty adult to adult this situation? This seems like a terrible idea. I should have started with a goldfish." I tell my daughter that. I don't know if it reassures her, but that was definitely a thought I had while giving birth. I was like, I should have started with a goldfish. I am in no way mature enough to raise a child. Not that you can stop that while pushing. I'm just saying, I think every parent has that, oh, holy cow, this is for real kind of moment. But let's get into this case. We are set up. Oh, and the project I am working on is, of course, Sailor Moon. Let me see if I can get the bigger picture out. My room is in chaos. I love, love, love Mr. Mo. He did all the heavy lifting on moving all my room around, but he also put everything just into random boxes. And uh, yes, we're getting her the fridge, but she's also, I want her to pick out a shadow box or however she would like to, I can make a pillow. I can, put it in her memory box, but I thought a shadow box and, she can take it with her, just to show her that, even in my fumble trial, I always tell her she's my test kid. I did attempt to be a really good mom and plan for the future at some points. But let's get into this. We are between witnesses, but we are going to be getting another police officer, and maybe this particular officer knows what the heck is going on because all the officers have kind of like, yeah, that wasn't my job. So maybe this officer, it will have actually been his job to pay attention and know what was going on in the crime scene. Unfortunately, I'm not holding out hope because this has not been a state sort of case. They all seem to get defense memory-itis and want to argue about pedantic points when they're on cross. And I never will get that strategy. So, Lieutenant James England, let's hope that you have, I don't know. No, it's hard. It's there is no instruction manual, which is what I tell all of my children. I'm like, look, I am fumbling along just like you. I am trying to be the best mom I can be. But, neighbors and outsiders, please know that when Samuel L. Jackson mommy is shouting at the top of her lungs like a sailor, um, nice mommy asked 137 times, annoyed mommy asked about 57 times, and no one listened to them. So Samuel L. Jackson, no MFing dishes in my MFing living room comes out. It's a fact of life. There are stages, and my kids never seem to understand that tipping point between slightly annoyed mommy and Samuel L. Jackson mommy. But it is never just out of the blue, is what I tell my kids. I'm like, no, nice mommy asked you 133 times. All right. Oh, it might help if I have the sound off.
You know what, we'll just grab a bunch and put them on the end there.
And this court setup is weird. The witnesses actually have to walk behind the judge past this partition. It's a very odd setup.
Watch it. Watch the door. Watch the door.
And the defense attorney did remind me of Daryl Brooks, for which I have apologized because who wants to be related to that man?
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may be seated.
Oh my goodness, he looks like an accountant. He should know what's going on.
Please state your name and spell it.
James England, JamesEngland.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell us where you work
Yes, I work for the Michigan State Police at the Northville Laboratory.
and what type
An
of work do
H&R
you do
block
for
on the
Michigan
weekends.
State Police at the laboratory?
I'm a supervisor of the latent print unit there.
And within the latent print unit, as a supervisor, what type of actual work do you do in that capacity?
I process evidence, try to recover latent prints, and I supervise my unit that's also doing the same thing, and I'm trained.
And what type of training or education have you received in order to work in the field you're currently working?
So I had a 2-year training program that I went through once I was accepted into the program. So that included internal training, external training. I continue to train now, attending classes and things, workshops, webinars, things of that nature about developing
Okay.
latent prints.
You guys, I am going straight to Hades for this comparison, but if anyone has seen Dodgeball, he's Milton. Or what he played Milton in Office Space too. I'm just saying he's that guy. And now I can only imagine him in the Dodgeball outfit. So if I have to do that, you're welcome. You all have to do that too. Welcome to ADHD, the podcast.
looking at them, comparing them, reporting.
And how many years have you been doing this type of work for? I'm sorry.
I've been a
L for
supervisor
love.
for a little less than a year. I've been doing independent casework for about 14 years, following my 2-year program and training.
And can you give a rough estimate of how many cases or latent print examinations you've worked on over the course of of your career?
I don't have an exact number. Generally, I've done anywhere from 250 cases per year to 450 cases per year.
Best idea
Some of
ever.
those cases, there are no prints for me to compare, and then sometimes there might be.
Although I've always wanted
50
flair.
prints or 80 prints or more to compare on a case. So.
And have you ever testified in court before as an expert in the field of latent fingerprint examination?
I would
Yes, I
put
have.
money on that. I'm not a betting
Your Honor,
woman,
unless there's
but
no
I'm
objection,
guessing
I would
there
move
was
to
no
admit his
tangible
testimony as an
evidence.
expert in the field of latent fingerprint examination.
No objection. So this witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of latent print examination.
So could you just try and explain to the jurors what is a latent fingerprint
That
and
is
what is
odd,
the process
Gary.
of trying to examine a latent fingerprint?
Sure. So essentially, what will start is we're looking at the skin that's on the palm side of our hands or even the soles of our feet. We call this friction ridge skin. And a latent print is a reproduction of that skin on an object that is touched. Okay. And so what we'll do is we'll inspect items to see if there are prints that we deem are of value for us to compare. We'll do an analysis of those, and then if there's somebody for us to compare that to, then we'll do a side-by-side comparison to that subject to see if we can make an identification or exclude that person from depositing that print.
Now these ridges or surfaces of our hands or feet, are they unique to each individual person?
Well, that's a theory that we have, and that's what we base it on, is that they are highly discriminating and variable, and that they're persistent. And so we use those for identification purposes.
And so if a fingerprint or a suspected print has been lifted or taken a photograph of from a scene, what is the process by which you compare that to a known individual's prints?
So what I'll do is I'll analyze the print, and this is done electronically, so I do it on a computer screen. So if there's a print, as in this case, that was submitted to us, I'll go through and do an analysis of that print. So I'm looking at the ridge flow of that print. I'm looking for individual characteristics in that print, and I'm looking to see if there are any what we call a red flag or anything that gives me cause for concern in that print, based upon how it looks, the quality of that. Once I have gone through and done an analysis and a markup of that print, I will then go to a known impression for whoever I'm comparing. I'll do the same thing. I'll do an analysis of it and look at that print. And then I will select features in the latent print itself. And then I'll look at the known print and see if those features are found in correspondence there. If they are in correspondence, I will go back to the latent print. I will select additional features, and then we'll go back to the known. And so I'm going back and forth, looking to see if there's enough correspondence in there, or if there's disagreement. Maybe there's not correspondence there. And so eventually I'll evaluate that, and I'll come to a conclusion. It's going to be either identification or an exclusion. We also have an inconclusive decision that we might make. And basically that means I can't say that print was made by this person, and I can't say they didn't make it. I can't identify them. I can't exclude them.
So can you just describe and I apologize if you've already described this briefly, but describe the process by which a print of somebody's body part could be left on an object?
Sure. So when we're talking about the skin that we have on our hands, so we have sweat that we exude from our pores in our hands, and we'll pick up oil from our face and our hair and things like that. This will coat those friction ridges, and when you touch an object, you might transfer that material, that sweat or that oil or something, onto that object that's been touched.
So are there any factors that could influence whether or not a print from somebody's hand, for example, would be left on a surface?
Yes. So if I put my hands down and I dry my hands off and there's no sweat and I remove that and I touch an object, there's no material, there's no sweat, so there's no transfer of that material, so there's no latent print left. Another factor is the manner in which we touch things. So if I put my hand down on this object and I pull it off and a nice smooth transfer, I'm more likely to leave a latent print on there. But if I put my hand down and I smear it across that object, then I'm just smearing that material, and that can destroy or that print itself. And so I don't have a print that I can actually compare.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, if there is a print that's left on there, if anything comes along afterwards and comes into contact with that, because prints are fairly
Possibly.
fragile,
That's a good one too.
that can be destroyed. So if I put my hand down and then I remove it, and then I put my sleeve down and rub across it, I can remove that print that might have been there. I can remove that as well. If I have anything on my hands, like if I'm wearing gloves or something like that, that will can prevent material from actually transferring onto an object. So in wintertime, everybody's wearing gloves and things like that. That will obscure that as well. Another reason there might be is we'll call it environment. So if it's outside and it's a very muggy night, and there's a lot of dew and condensation, if you leave your handprint on something, all that dew and condensation can come in and basically just kind of obliterate that. So you can't differentiate between the latent print. Same thing if it's hot, it might evaporate.
So you mentioned that
Wait a minute.
fingerprints
You
are
make
fairly
fingerprints
fragile.
evaporate? Keeping that in the knowledge
So
bank.
whether it's a print could be possibly damaged
No
or
reason.
affected by the environment, does the Michigan State Police have any standards by which they determine whether or not a fingerprint or a palm print or a footprint is of comparable value?
Yes, we have a recently released standard operating procedure where we go through and assign a numerical value to those types of prints. That wasn't the case when I did this particular case. This just was released in April of this year.
And so ultimately, were you involved in an investigation that was assigned a laboratory number within the Michigan State Police of MD 233317?
Yes, I was.
And did you complete a total of 4 separate laboratory reports that summarized some of the work that you did pertaining to that laboratory number?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you? So we're going to first hand you People's Proposed Exhibit 15, and that's laboratory number 3 or record number 3. Could you just let me know if you recognize that report and whether that's a fair and accurate replica of the report that you created?
Not a replicant too. Just kidding. I know it's a replica.
Yes.
Right, so that's a fair and accurate copy of your findings.
Yes.
People move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 15.
No objection?
No.
People's 15 will be admitted. You may publish if you want to, or, just for the jury's sake, all of these exhibits that have been admitted, anything that's admitted will be available for you to look at during your deliberations.
And now I've had a People's Proposed Exhibit 16. Is that another report that you created?
Yes, it is.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of the report that you created.
Yes, it is.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 16.
Now,
No.
there was something that this judge did early on when they started bringing experts up that I thought was really good for the jury. She told them that you will get to see exhibits, but you are not going to get the actual reports from these witnesses. And I think some judges don't clearly kind of outline that. So during deliberations, I mean, there have been multiple times where juries have asked for reports from certain expert witnesses, and that's not allowed in. It has to be an exhibit. You have to go by testimonial evidence, not evidence written down. So could be confusing if you were, a new jury member, why you can't get these reports. And I think that the judge did a good job of explaining, you'll get this, this, and this, but not everything. And she's actually fairly personable, uh, even though she has a football hair helmet of hair. I can only imagine that the amount of Aquanet used to keep that hair together is possibly responsible for the, hole in the ozone layer, allegedly.
April 16th is also admitted.
Now I'm showing you people's proposed exhibit 17. Could you look at that and let me know if that's a fair and accurate representation of the report you created?
He just learned about this, Zach. He went through all the training. Be nice. He's excited.
Yes, it is.
People who move to admit people's proposed exhibit 17.
Just for the record, which record number is that?
This is record number 19.
Okay, yeah, no objection.
Is it admitted, Your Honor?
It is.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 18. Could you let me know if that's a fair and accurate copy of the report that you created?
It is.
For the record, this is Michigan State Police record number 24. And Your Honor, I move for its admission at this point.
No objection.
And that was what number?
This is people's exhibit 18.
You can
Maybe
explain
it's also-
fishing. I don't understand fishing. It looks very calming, but then you have to get
Alright,
the
so I'm gonna
fish off the
start
hook.
with,
And
People's Exhibit 15, which is Michigan State Police record number 3. All right, so, and sir, if you have a copy, you can follow along, but just when we look at the very first page of this report, could you just indicate in terms of when, is it noted on this report when certain items of evidence were received and then when your report is completed?
Well, there's a date received date at the top right of October the 25th, and date complete is when I wrote the report was November the 2nd.
All right, and so as we go down, is there a category that's labeled evidence received?
Yes.
And can you just describe what is meant to be represented in this section of your report?
So these are the items that we received either from the agency itself or from our own agency.
you're
that went out
always
responded.
learning me things,
So
Zach.
we had a
And I
couple of
use
doorknobs
learning
that were
just to bother
submitted,
your grammatical side.
plastic
You're always
container,
teaching me things.
a partially eaten banana with a peel attached to it. There was a clear window, and then the remainder of those objects are digital images that were submitted on a CD.
And so were those items processed to attempt to recover or determine whether there were any latent prints of comparable value from those objects?
Yes, they were.
And can you just describe, like, what is the process of
Thank you for your
processing
super chat,
items
Zach. And
attempt
the
to
board is
retrieve
back.
a latent print from it?
So
Sure.
you're
First thing
going
we do
on
is
the
a
board.
visual inspection.
I
So we will
will-
look and see if there are
I will
any
work on
latent
pirate
prints that we can
costume
observe, and then we'll go ahead
facsimile
and photograph
tomorrow.
those. And then we'll use various chemical and lighting and physical processes to try and further develop any additional latent prints. We want to start with the least destructive method and then move forward to the more destructive methods. And then as we develop additional latent prints during our processing, we'll go ahead and photograph those as we go along.
So as a result of this processing process that you did, were you able to recover any latent prints of potentially comparable value from these objects?
Well, yes. So in total, there were 7 fingerprints and 3 palm prints and 1 latent print that was either made by a finger or a palm, either collected from these items or from the digital images that were submitted.
And can you just describe, and I know, let me ask you this question. To the left of the evidence received column, are these items given a specific item number or label that is specific to the Michigan State Police Laboratory?
Yes,
That is a
that's
good
how we
question.
summarize the contents of those containers. And so container 2, and we use 2 and 2A. And obviously, container L1 that actually was submitted from a scene. So that's why there's an L in front of it for our lab response team. The same for the rest of those items, including the images.
All right, so if you could just kind of explain to the jurors, and we're not going to go into great detail, but which specific objects were you able to retrieve latent prints from in this lab report?
So on the, I'll go back up. So item 2, there's a silver doorknob there that had a lockbox. So there was a latent print on the inside of that lockbox. The second doorknob that you see, 2A, that also had a latent fingerprint that was developed on that. The plastic container had latent prints as well on that. The clear glass window had 2 palm prints, and there was 1 palm print from the submitted digital images.
Now, so do there exist databases that you have access to where you're able to basically submit these comparable unknown fingerprints into that system in order to determine if there are potential specific individuals who can be compared to those unknown fingerprints?
Yes, so we have what's called the automated fingerprint identification system and next generation identification. The first one, the APHIS system, that's the Michigan state system. The NGI is the FDI system. And what we can do is we can take a latent print and encode it into that system and launch a search where it will search against known impressions, so impressions that have been collected from individuals, and see if we can develop a candidate list. And then we'll try, and if we find suitable candidates, do comparisons.
And so when you ran these potential
I do agree with John Gary. This is such an open, sort of almost vulnerable situation that the witness is in. I mean, you get to see their entire body. Generally, we only see their upper torso. So, all those little nervous tics, those things that you could hide behind a desk or something where you hide your legs. This is such a weird courtroom setup. I don't know that I like it. I can imagine that, if you're not a public speaker or don't like to talk in front of people, being the center of attention, very exposed, has to be just an awful experience.
Fingerprints through these databases, and that's summarized in this lab report. Were you able to find any potential candidates from those computer database searches?
No, there were no suitable candidates.
Now I'm actually going to move on now to People's Exhibit 16. You can pull that up for me. All right, now
He is not
for People's
confident.
Exhibit
He's
16,
not.
if you could just explain when this report was completed, the date of this report.
Yeah, so this was received on the 15th and was completed on the 27th. This was an item that I processed. It was a greens of 810. So I processed to try and develop any prints for comparison. And I didn't develop anything that was comparison value.
And is
So
that-
you said the 15th of what month and year?
This was November of 23.
So ultimately, there was just one item that you attempted to recover a comparable print from,
On this case record, yes.
and the end result of that of your work on that item was what?
I didn't get anything of comparison value on that.
And that is the sum and substance of People's Exhibit 16, the lab report number 12.
Yes, it is.
Now moving on to People's Exhibit 17. All right, so can you just describe the date that you received certain items and when this report was completed?
Yes, so this request was received January 22nd of this year. I completed it on February 5th of this year. And there was a request from the submitting agency to do comparisons to the 2 listed subjects to those latent prints that we had on file.
All right, and so when you say comparison, so what exactly are you comparing? What to what?
So again, I'm going back to those latent prints and doing a side-by-side comparison to the known impressions for those listed subjects.
And when you say listed suspects or subjects, who are the two individuals, the identification of these two individuals that you compared in this report?
So it's Michael Jackson-Bolanos and Jeffrey Herbstman.
And so, essentially, did you have what were purported to be known fingerprint samples from those two individuals?
Yes, I had fingerprints for both, and I also had palm prints for Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
And so, did you compare those known
Why
fingerprints
not a
to
palm
the
print from the
fingerprints that were
boyfriend?
summarized in People's Exhibit 15?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so if we go down, at least on the first pages of this report, what was you described the location of where each print was developed
Howdy,
from.
Marissa.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Welcome.
And so what were the results for these two items that are on the first page of People's Exhibit 17?
So for both subjects, it was inconclusive, and it just means I couldn't identify them, I couldn't exclude them.
And so when I look at the comments section, for example, for latent print 2A, can you just describe what that means, what those comments signify?
So when I put a comment that it's inconclusive due to the latent prints and the known impressions, there's basically two reasons there. One is the known impressions. They're not sufficient for a complete comparison. If it's, when I say it's because of the latent print, it's a print that we can't exclude because maybe it doesn't meet the criteria that we have our policy to make an exclusion. So seeing nothing in common with that person, it's a print that I can't, technically I can't exclude from that person.
Again, when you were talking about the amount of detail that you need in a particular fingerprint in order to make a comparison, if I look at the comments here, are you saying that at least for both of these fingerprints that there was a lack of detail both in the print that was recovered from the object and from the known individual's prints that you were given?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we go down to the second page here.
So if you
All
gotten
right, so
clear
at the very top of
fingerprints,
this
they would have been
page,
able to match it.
particularly latent print that has been identified as L1A and L1B. What findings were you able to make with both of these fingerprints?
So I excluded both of those subjects as having made those two fingerprints.
And how were you able to exclude them?
There's sufficient amount of disagreement between the latent print and their known prints that they didn't make those prints.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit to L1C, L1D, and L1E, where did all of those potential fingerprints come from?
Those are off the green plastic container.
And what were your results for each of those prints?
Those were inconclusive to both subjects as well.
Okay. And now if we could go to page 3 of your report, specifically with the items that are marked L5A1 and L5A2, where did those prints come from?
That was from a clear plate glass window.
Okay. And were you able to make any exclusions regarding the prints from the plate glass window?
I was able to exclude Mr. Jackson-Bolanos, his palm print. These were both palm prints. I was inconclusive to the second palm print on that window.
Huh, so
and didn't have palmed prints available to compare.
So the too long didn't read sort of look at this case. You have a woman, president of a large synagogue in Detroit. She is found with multiple stab wounds and obviously with marks that she's been through an assault, dead on her front lawn, basically. There is signs that there was a struggle inside her house, and that's where the attack happened. There is conjecture that she left her door unlocked. However, there was like a realtor lockbox with a key on her front door. Now, Mr. Michael Jackson-Bolanos, or MJB, as I call him because that's a mouthful of a name, was out in the area, in the nicer area of Detroit, rifling through cars that were not his, and possibly, um, I guess, tagging cars to be stolen later. So he was up to no good. He was close to the area of the crime. He did claim, because there was small amounts of blood found on his coat jacket that belonged to the victim. Now the jacket had been washed, and small amount of blood on his backpack. He claimed that he came upon the body, reached to feel for a pulse, didn't find anything, realized that she was beyond help, and ran away. That was the story that he's eventually settled on. Now, that was lying to the police officers was the only thing that he was actually convicted on that the jury could agree upon. Um, the state's narrative is that this was a home invasion gone wrong, but there is a lot of mystery into the fact that she was stabbed in the face and neck area. There was an obvious, very violent struggle, and this seemed a lot more personal. Attacks to the face and the neck tend to be a little bit more personal in true crime. I'm not a doctor or, a psychologist, but that tends to be more of a I know you, I want to be close and personal and watch you suffer kind of crime. Now, he was found with several knives on him in his possession and in the apartment. They were unable to link any knives to him being in there. Um, Another thing that goes against the state's sort of home invasion robbery theory is that there were a lot of valuables just left out that weren't taken. A wallet right by the door, a MacBook, a phone, I mean, tchotchkes, all sorts of things that you would think if you had wanted to burgle, to be a robbler, if you will, you would take all of those. So, also the timeline that the state has set up, he would have to have wandered into the house, had a violent struggle, which is possible, and stabbed her in under about a minute and a half to be seen on CCTV camera, um, going, away from the scene about a minute and a half after they claim that this is when she passed away. So this was an incredibly weak case, but then you throw in the extra sprinkle of the ex-boyfriend. Now he claims this down to new antidepressants and the use of the devil's lettuce. But he called police officers and semi-confessed. They have not been able to link him to that, but it definitely throws a wrench in all of the state's case, and they are going to have to bring the boyfriend up. And for me, that's enough reasonable doubt that they should have had more solidifying um, circumstantial evidence, because having someone else confess, whether it's through guilt or that he did it, is absolutely going to bring up reasonable doubt. And they gave him immunity for his testimony. I mean, it just seems a little hinky, a little off, which seems to be a theme with court cases that we are watching lately.
Um, to my second subject.
All right, so the specific print that you excluded Mr. Jackson-Bolanos from was L5A1?
Yes.
All right. Now, before I go to Exhibit 17, if a potential crime scene happens in the interior of a residence, do you typically try and obtain fingerprints from whoever's occupying or living in that residence?
Yes, we do.
And why is that?
Because we want to either identify them or exclude them to those prints.
Now, in this case, the purported resident of the crime scene is a person by the name of Samantha Wool. Did you have any known fingerprints or palm prints from Miss Wool, at least initially when you first started doing your work on this case?
No, I did not.
Okay, and her prints were not in any sort of computer databases?
Not that we have, none that were available. No.
And you didn't have any fingerprints from the medical examiner's office?
No, I did not.
Okay. So at least when we're doing these initial comparisons, particularly in People's Exhibit 17, you didn't compare any of those prints from the scene to Miss Wool at that time.
That's correct.
So Jariah, basically, he called, confessed. They looked at him. Now there are hinky things in his behaviors that evening. His security system at the ex-boyfriend's apartment didn't video any movement. Now his alibi is that he was at home. There was a joint wedding, or there was a wedding at the synagogue. I guess they went separately, but he went home after that. His cell phone didn't move, and those seem to be the two big things that the state is using as alibi for this guy. The fact that his phone didn't move, but somehow also his ADT or Ring or whatever system he used failed. I will say that it does look like they are actively not looking at him. Hopefully, with his testimony, we'll get into more. But from the opening statement, it was basically just that his phone didn't move and his, security system didn't register any motion. But it did seem to be a bit convenient, if you will, for a lot of people that his, security system suddenly fails on the night he needs an alibi. And his cell phone not going anywhere doesn't really mean anything, because people are now wise that your cell phone is basically an electronic narc. And he recanted his confession, saying it was the antidepressants and devil's lettuce. But as a person who's both on, an anti-anxiety thing and uses CBD oil for pain, I can tell you it's never made me want to confess to anything. And the idea that a woman living in downtown Detroit, especially a woman of the Jewish faith, right after October 7th, was not going to lock her front door, and possibly invite a burglary, I don't buy it for an absolute minute. And it's such a jump from going to possibly, a property crime where you're, stealing from cars, where you're possibly tagging them for future robberies, to a home invasion with deadly purpose. It just, none of the things that the state is piecing together have the evidence behind them to back them up to, for me as a juror, to send someone to prison for the rest of their life. And I'm glad we got a jury that decided to argue it out, because some juries might have said, look, I just want to go home. He's guilty. Fine. So while I understand that it is heartbreaking and never what the victim's family wants as far as an outcome, I don't think this is the right person. I could be very wrong. I am not a doctor. I'm not a fortune teller, just a chick who likes cross-stitch and trials, but the state did not do a good job. Now, I happen to call this lawyer Birthing Hips because as a card-carrying member of the Pear-Shaped Club, sir, you was in it, and that's a bit unfortunate. But he is also not confident. Both the lawyer and the witness seem very not confident, unsure of themselves. The lawyer seems to be struggling to make even basic questions. It's a bit odd.
Okay. Now, after that report was created back in February, did you come into possession of anything that could allow you to potentially compare those prints to Miss Wool's known fingerprints?
Yes, the agency submitted digital images that were taken, reported from the autopsy from Miss Wool.
And so, were you eventually able to compare these photographs?
Best explanation
of her
ever. Well,
hands
from
or
you
palm?
win. The state offered a double Whopper, but so far they've only delivered a single chicken nugget and no dipping sauce, which should be illegal. And when I am president, will be illegal.
And use those for comparison purposes.
Yes, it was.
All right, and that work that you did, is that summarized in People's Exhibit 18, record number 24?
Yes, it is.
All right, so this is Exhibit 18. And so if we could just go down to the evidence received, could you just kind of summarize what is the evidence you received for this report?
It was a CD that had 7 digital images.
Okay, and so when you received these images, were there any limitations to the images themselves that limited your ability to compare them to the fingerprints that were recovered from objects at the scene?
Yes. So the images were not suitable for a complete comparison. I was able to compare the palm prints, the 3 palm prints, but the remaining prints on the case, the fingerprints and the latent print, was made by a finger or a palm. I couldn't do a complete comparison to.
Okay, and so
County coroner, you had one job. State, you had one job. How hard is it to get usable, workable prints? This guy has already stated twice that the prints from both the latent, crime scene print and the state print has been too terrible. Fingerprints, because I am not good with ink. I'm not good with paint of any kind. I'm somewhat of a chaos shenanigans person when there are messy, craft products around. Are you kidding me?
if we go down to the body of that report, particularly here at the first page, your findings regarding all of these objects are what?
It was inconclusive because of the latent prints of the known impressions.
And is that because these specific items are fingerprints rather than palm prints?
The first listed on there is a latent print, which is either a finger or a palm. And so the latent print itself doesn't lend itself to being suitable for exclusion, and the known prints as well were not sufficient.
Okay, if we could go down to the next page. And so for generally all these reports from L1B down to L1F, again, what were your findings regarding these?
That was inconclusive because of the known impressions available or the latent prints.
Okay, and so if we could proceed down a little bit further. Okay, so ultimately, were you able to make any identifications in this case when you were able to compare the photographs from the medical examiner's office to the photographs that were lifted from the objects at the scene?
Yes, so I identified 2 palm prints from the plate glass window to the left palm of this
We are
wall,
going to go up to
and
2
there was
point
a
or
digital image from the scene
1.25.
itself that I identified to the right
Listen,
palm.
if it's too fast, let me
And
know.
so
But
specifically, the item that's labeled
and I opened my
L5A1,
windows
that
so
is
the
a print
dogs
that
are
you were able to
serenading
identify in
you.
this
They're not
world?
mine.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and if
They're
we
a
go back
pack of wiener dogs.
real briefly to exhibit 17, if we go down. So for L5A1, that was the same print that you were able to exclude Mr. Jackson-Bolanos from?
Yes, it is.
And so ultimately, that specific print, we know in fact who those belong to, and that's for Ms. Wool's known palm print.
Yes, that's what I reported.
So earlier you had testified things that can affect whether or not a print is left from a human touching an object, correct?
Yes.
All right, and so in terms of any potential articles of clothing that they may be wearing or things like that, what types of things could affect?
Yes. So I am cursed to live next to people who have herds of wiener dogs. Our previous neighbor had a herd of 4 of the most obnoxious wiener dogs. In fact, their alpha male, if you could even call him that, would like to run up and try to assert his dominance on me. And I was like, listen, kiddo, I could don't try to, get some bass in your voice and try to alpha dog me. You're a wiener dog. Get over it. And then my next door neighbors now have 2 long-haired wiener dogs. So, and I guess it's a wiener dog thing, that they just are kind of a-holes and think that they're in charge of stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's my, unhealthy impression of wiener dogs, since the herd of wiener dogs were, kind of terrible and barky and yippy at my old house, and they continue to be the same way at my new house. Although at least this current neighbor has stopped playing Immigrant Song at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. on a Wednesday. Danny T, I would say 4. I would say 4 has to be a pack. Maybe not a herd. I think 6 to 8 would be a herd. And you'd actually match the buns to the wieners, which, I didn't get that argument in Father of the Bride, the first one, but as an adult, I totally get Steve Martin just taking 2 of the buns out of the hot dog pack. Like, why do you get 10 buns when there's 8 hot dogs in a pack? I'm not paying for 2 more buns. Take it out of the, cost. I didn't get that, but oh my gosh, now I do. Now I understand Steve Martin so well.
In fact, whether or not somebody leaves an identifiable print, even though they actually have touched an object.
Well, if there's a barrier there between the skin itself and the object, that can prevent that.
So obviously, if somebody had on a set of gloves, that could preclude a print from being left on the surface of an object.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Now, the jury is allowed to ask questions
sir.
in Michigan, so we
Now, you
might get
indicated
questions.
When the question was proposed to you, whether or not every individual has a unique set of fingerprints, you indicated that's a theory?
Yes, because scientifically we can't prove that all fingerprints are unique because we don't compare everybody's fingerprints to everybody else's.
Okay, so what type of certainty, I guess, would you have after you make some type of identification that in fact that print is unique to that particular person that you're identifying?
I'm confident in my opinion.
Confident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you wouldn't be able to give maybe a percentage to it or anything like that? It's just,
No, that would be making up a number.
okay.
Okay. I would be
Now,
with you with a
back
query, but I
if we
think
go
Mr.
to
Mo
exhibit
is no on dogs
number
ever
15.
again.
On October the 25th, 2023,
I'm
you
sorry.
indicated that
Fur
there
babies
were
leave
no
a hole in in
palm
our
or
hearts
finger
when they leave.
impressions for Samantha Wall for you to
I'm
make a
sorry,
comparison?
Bentley.
There were none on that case record. That's correct.
Okay. And it'll be fair to say that you didn't receive those impressions until April 17th of 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And it'll be fair to say that the finger impressions were not of quality in order for you to make a comparison with the latent prints, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Because in fact, these were photographs enhanced to the best of their ability of an autopsy, correct?
They were processed, yes.
Okay. And had you had an actual fingerprints from her fingers, for lack of a better word,
I didn't see that
that would have
book.
been a better
I'm
impression.
glad
for
I
you
didn't
to
read the
make a
book.
comparison
Holy
against the latent
God,
prints, correct?
no.
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
Dry, that brings me to a point. Whoever created Radio Flyer, what the heck? I saw that movie as a kid. I'm still on this point. I'm still on this point because it's ruined a movie for me. But oh my goodness. So as a kid, I was like, yay, he escaped. They made a magical flying machine. And as an adult, you realize that it's a completely different story. And you're like, wait, no, this is not how this happens. I reject your reality. And he got away on a cardboard and, wheel wagon, flying contraption. Because holy goodness, why I decided to watch Radio Flyer on a day I was already sad. Mr. Mo comes in to me like hysterically ugly crying, and he's like, "What did I do?" And I was like, "I watched Radio Flyer, and it was not even what I thought it was gonna be, and you have to watch it too." Yeah, and he's like, "Why do you want me to watch a sad movie?" I was like, "Because I want you to suffer with me." Because I'm a terrible person. We didn't end up watching it. I'm actually, for date night tonight, we are watching Twisters, which I am about watching. But Mr. Mo wants to watch it, and he's been rather helpful lately, and I can keep my comments to myself for about 3.5 minutes.
So to be fair to say that that wasn't received by yourself as far as the physical fingerprints from her actual body, correct?
I didn't catch the first part.
It'll be fair to say that you never received the actual physical fingerprints from Ms. Wall, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it also possible to retrieve a latent print from a known object of hers, say for instance, a brush, something that she would handle on a regular basis, lift that print off of it to get a good impression? for
Yes,
comparison?
you can compare it, but it's not a known standard, so you don't know who left that print.
Okay. Hypothetically, if you went into her purse and she had a hairbrush and you retrieved a fingerprint from there, and you could maybe make a good educated guess that nobody else touched this particular fingerprint, could that assist you in possibly making a comparison with a latent print?
We could do a latent to latent comparison and say that they originated from the same person.
Okay. Were you ever, I guess, given any task to analyze any latent prints from, say, an ADT alarm system?
No, I was not.
Did you ever receive any latent prints to compare from a vibrator?
No, I was not.
Did you receive
Oh.
any latent prints to compare from a computer?
Warning, there is a lot of vibrator talk in this. Apparently, she had her adult female assistant battery operated boyfriend in the bathroom for God and country to see, unlike in her nightstand dresser drawer, like a good girl. Anywho, I'm just joking. I don't care that she had, an adult object for the love of Cheetos. She's a single woman. Who gives a crap? But they did not end up testing anything about the vibrator. Now, the defense is going to harp on about this vibrator ad nauseum. So there you go. We didn't test it. No one tested it. We don't know why they didn't test it. We have yet to come across the, head investigator that was making decisions of what to fingerprint test and what not to fingerprint test.
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you receive any latent prints to compare from a cell phone?
No, I did not.
True.
At any particular time, did you request latent prints from Jeff Herbsman? From palm prints, I'm sorry. Did you ever request palm print impressions from Jeff Herbsman?
Yes, I think in that report where I did the comparisons to them, I'm not sure what exhibit number it is, but should be my record 19.
And did you ever receive those palm impressions?
No, I did not.
Yeah, the boyfriend is looking more and more hinky, him not cooperating with giving the palm print.
Now, if we go to exhibit number 15, I'm sorry.
And I did sorry, he is as boring as watching paint dry to me. My ADHD is going like, oh my gosh, could you be done yet? But I know it's an important part to go through and have a chain of custody and everything like that. But this is one of the reasons I couldn't be a real lawyer, because I would lose focus and have to be on, like, I don't know, boatloads of Adderall just to pay attention. But my theory is, looking at the crime scene, and again, as just a random layperson who really likes true crime, what the crime scene looks like to me, in my opinion, is she was entering her house. There's a lot of shrubbery, sort of outlining the little yard-ish thing right by her door. It looks like she was surprised as she was opening her door. Maybe ex-boyfriend came back, wanted to talk. She was the one that dumped him. He was not the dumper, he was the dumpy. He came over, he wanted to talk about the relationship. Maybe they had a talk and she finally said, "Look, I'm just not that into you." He snapped. She fought back. It looks like he thought maybe she was not alive anymore. By the pooling of blood, it looks like maybe she went down in the hallway and stayed down for a good bit. So maybe he thought that she was no longer alive. He leaves the scene. Somehow she fights enough to try to get out of her front door and get help. And unfortunately, it was just too late. Between the cold and the loss of blood and all of her injuries, she passed away. That makes more sense to me than some random car thief found an open door in downtown Detroit by a Jewish woman right after the October, attacks, and decided to rob her. It got physical and he ran away with nothing. I don't know. That's my theory on it. That seems to make more sense to me with the personal sort of up close attack, but stranger things have happened. I'm not an investigator, so that's what the crime scene more looks like to me. But the state is trying to knit things, and the absence of evidence is not evidence. So you can imply that he might have worn gloves, but that still doesn't link him in any way to the crime scene. And you already have such a tenuous link to him being this criminal, being the person responsible for this. I don't know if it was a rush to get this to trial because of family pressure or maybe political pressure because of her religion and sort of the unrest, but this case seems like a half-baked, like, ridiculousness when they did clear Pepsi. It just doesn't seem like there was a lot of thought or they wanted to rush this, and I don't get that.
Latent print 2A, where it states it's inconclusive for lack of sufficient quality and quantity of friction rid detail available in both the latent prints and the known impressions. If there's a situation where you have, I guess, lack of sufficient quality in the known impressions, do you typically request maybe another set of
You're
impressions
right,
to
Mads.
compare it? That could be of higher quality?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you do it in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you receive those?
No, I did not.
And if you never received such the requested impressions, do you make a second request or you just,
No,
okay. And do you ever follow up as to why that particular request was not fulfilled?
no, I do not.
It does seem odd that he wasn't given higher quality, known prints.
And I guess just to be clear, one of the purposes of identifying whoever's house this was, of known impressions, is so you can exclude those particular prints from a latent print on a particular item, correct?
Either to identify or exclude those prints.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're not going to get one in
Did
this
you
one,
ever
and they
receive a
bungled this
request to
pretty
do any latent
good.
prints from any drawers in the house, any dresser drawers, anything like that?
No, I did not.
And just to be clear, you don't request things to analyze, you just process whatever's that you receive, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Questions from the jury? Right down, Council Approach?
Yeah, Matt, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Up close and personal would seem more likely for a boyfriend, or if there was some kind of racial motivation, but I guess the prosecutor didn't want to allege motivation. I will say the FBI, for what it's worth, and however you feel about that organization, they did investigate whether they thought this was possibly a hate crime linked to, ongoing world stuff. But they stated that they found no evidence that this was related to anything like that. It just seems like this was a rush. This was very high profile. What the state is showing and what I am seeing as an outside person is that this crime scene really had no one in charge. It seems like there were multiple detectives telling, crime scene techs to pick this, pick that, but there was no one, as far as I can see, with all the witnesses presented and the state's opening statement. There was no one in charge saying, I want you to test this, this, and this for this reason. We are going to look at this, this, and this theory. It seems from the earliest time, things were kind of half-baked and kind of higgledy-piggledy. We'll pick one thing, we'll pick the other thing, and we'll just kind of, do this by committee. And unfortunately, if you don't have someone in charge, you can have all of these disparate viewpoints, but not a cohesive sort of overall understanding. And I think that this case is lacking that. And I don't know if that's on purpose, by design, or incompetence, but it really has led to kind of disjointed ideas of what evidence you picked. Why didn't you swab this? You need someone up there to say to the defense, we didn't swab this because this, and this reason. And the state hasn't brought anyone up. And I doubt that they're going to have someone that can sufficiently articulate that since he was only found guilty for lying to the police, not of murder, not of home invasion, not of assault. So really, they did not prove their burden, at least to this jury.
How often do you not receive quality prints for a victim in a serious crime?
It's fairly often.
So these are the jury questions, and I do like the jury questions because I think it gives you kind of a look at what lay people, what everyday people are trying to figure out, and maybe where the gaps are in the state's case or even the defense's case when they ask these questions. Because this is a question I would have had, how many times do you not get good prints from, decedents, from victims? Is this an ongoing problem? How the hell are any crimes solved if you're not getting good suspects prints and everything?
I don't even have.
Now, typically, is it in your, I guess, experience for prints to be lifted from the actual body that you can analyze of the victim versus an autopsy photograph that's enhanced?
Yes.
So to just be clear, to be typical that the prints are lifted from the actual victim, correct?
They can be lifted or they can be photographed,
Okay. But in your
but captured one way or the other.
okay,
Yes.
in your experience, the actual lift of the fingerprint would be more quality versus an actual photograph?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that it's more quality, but it would be more typical to get a physical, like an inked or a rolled impression from a deceased subject.
Okay, and that didn't happen in this situation, correct?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, it was several months, multiple months before you actually got the autopsy photos to actually compare, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have.
Questions, any other questions from the jury? Let's see. Mr. Counselor, thank you. I think we take a recess. We've been at it for almost 2 hours now, so we'll come back. Jackson-Bolanos
All right.
present as our own counsel, and their 16 jurors have returned to the courtroom.
See who's
We're ready
the
for
next.
sentence.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people called James Griffey Owen.
What was the last name?
Griffey Owen.
Can you
Civilian,
tell us what section they're under?
under civilian, Your Honor.
Civilian, okay, thank you. Because we have it broken up into different categories on your witness list, so it's hard for me to find them.
I apologize about that, Your Honor.
What's going on with the convictions? This is gonna be good for your ears.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Ladies, we have a man bun, a beard, and forearms. I'm just saying, thank you, court gods. I'm joking.
Good morning. Please pull the mic a little bit closer to you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is James Griffioen. The last name is Grifffiofien.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell the jury which neighborhood you live in?
I live in Lafayette Park, just on the other side of 375 here.
And back in October of 2023, did you live in that neighborhood at that time?
I did.
And I'm going to show you what has
He did.
been admitted as Exhibit 1, and specifically page 2 of Exhibit 1. It's going to show up on the screen back there in a moment. You see the red dot toward the center of the screen?
I do.
Are you familiar with that sort of general area?
Yeah, I've lived there for 20 years, so I know it quite well.
Okay, can you, I'm going to hand you a pointer. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Could you point to the jury where you live relative to that red dot?
I live in this block. So there's three sets of buildings kind of along here. There's one in between me and where the red dot is.
This
So
court
this-
setup is so foobar.
Okay, in the area of the red dot, does that have any sort of significance with this case as you understand it?
Yes,
And what significance would that be?
that's where the murder took place.
And here, I can grab that back from you. I want to take you back to the middle of the night on October 20th of 2023, leading into the very early morning of October 21st of 2023. Were you at home that night?
I was at home that night.
At some point during that night, did you go to sleep?
Yes.
And did you sleep through the whole night?
I did not. I had a 6-month-old puppy, and it was always waking me up
Aw.
to go to the bathroom. So at around 1:20, 1:21, he woke me up, and I brought him outside. That's a little unusual. I didn't normally get up in the middle of the night like that, but it's just kind of gross. He was sick, so I had to bring him outside a lot at that time. And
Okay, is this only me, or is he giving me, if you watch Timcast, Ian Crossland vibes? It just struck me. I was like, Ian Crossland, what are you doing here? He just gives me graphene and crystal vibes.
so
Welcome to
it was unusual for me
ADHD
to be
Court
out at 1:21 in the
Commentary.
morning like that.
Okay. And when you went out early in the morning that night, what location were you in? Were you near your home or were you near the red dot?
I walked a little bit closer towards where the red dot is. Not. What, can I use the pointer again? So as you can see, the neighborhood's kind of like a park. So there's not streets really in that area. So I just kind of walked from here, kind of, there's a playground right here. Just kind of walked him around so he could do his business in the bushes, kind of around there. And so I got maybe about this far.
Okay. And when you
His
were in that
testimony's
area,
early, let's be honest.
that morning, did you hear anything?
He won't be able to
or
help
see
it.
anything that caught your attention?
The neighborhood was very quiet at that. The neighborhood itself was very quiet at that time. I didn't see anybody, didn't hear anybody in the neighborhood, but I could hear what seemed to me an unusual voice that sounded like it was on a PA system, like a megaphone or, and I didn't know if that was, I don't know if that goes on every night in my neighborhood at 1:28 or at 1:21, and I'm usually asleep, but I did hear like an amplified woman's voice on like a megaphone or a PA system.
Okay. Now, was there anything going on in the surrounding area at that time that was sort of out of the ordinary?
Well, that night I did not know that there was anything unusual or going on in the area. We have this kind of, there's a soul food restaurant.
Yeah, Marissa, I said he reminded me of Ian Crossland from Timcast. He has not mentioned graphene or crystals yet, or being able to control the weather. He doesn't use shampoo. That's not eco-friendly. He uses his own milled shampoo bar. It's weird that he's describing kind of the voice from Charlie Brown's, The Teacher or Grand Central Station. That is really odd. Yeah. Why is he here? He's here because he possibly heard a scream or, some sound of distress that he discounted at the time when he was taking out his sick puppy, who we didn't get the name of, and that would be my jury question. What's the puppy's name? Because I'm a Jamie for that. I'd be like, what's the puppy's
It
name?
has a party bus that kind of drives around and lets people drink wine around as they drive around. And I know that has a PA system. So I thought it might have been that. But a couple of nights later, I was driving home kind of like around midnight, and I noticed that the strikers at Hollywood Casino or Greektown Casino were out at night, and there was a woman with a megaphone shouting into the megaphone. It was the same kind of like, there was no urgency in the voice at all. It was just kind of like a bored, repeated statement the night that I heard it. And that was exactly what the lady with the megaphone was doing outside Greektown Casino. I guess because people go to the casino at night, they strike at night. So that's kind of what I determined it to be.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're pulling up a picture because I'm going straight to hell for this, but I know who she reminds me of now, and the thumbnail is changing. I have figured it out. Let me see if I can get a picture that's not a, because I don't want to be copyrighted. Okay. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm just saying this face. Look, y'all, I'm just saying. I'm going straight to hell. I am going straight to absolute hell, but that is absolutely the face she is making right here. And this is my favorite character in Monster Inc. Let's get back to our regularly planned not making fun of people's facial expressions part of this. But yeah, she's like, "Why the hell are you here? What is the point of this? So you heard someone riot or protesting in Detroit? This is news?" The judge is so not amused.
And where's the casino located relative to your neighborhood?
It's the casino itself is it's on Monroe, which is, can I point again? So sorry.
I'm just gonna let you hold on to this.
Okay, this is where he talks about graphene. I can just feel it.
It's on Lafayette. So like this, it's over here, the casino, but the striking workers were outside the parking garage, kind of yelling at people who were going into the parking garage, like don't come to the casino, we're striking, or whatever they were shouting. And the parking garage is, I think, right here. So
just across.
Just
is that,
across
is that
375.
375 that we see kind of going diagonally?
It is. And one thing to note about our neighborhood is we can never really tell where a sound is coming from, because we have this really tall building here, and then over here there's these really tall apartment buildings. There's another one up here, and like if there's a concert at Comerica Park,
I have not recovered from Catholicism enough to not believe that.
The sound bounces off the building, so it's really hard to tell where sound is coming from normally.
Okay, now the voice that you heard when you were out
Please
with
stop
the
looking
dog,
at the judge's face.
in the middle of the
It's
night
cracking
on
me
October
up.
21st, was there anything distressing about that voice, or?
She is ready to go full Borowski. My office now. What the hell is what the hell is this man here for? Why are you wasting my time? Get Ian off the stand.
I guess
I'll
can you
hold you to that,
unpack a
Zach.
little bit
I'll
more?
hold you to that.
Absolutely not distressing, and it was like calm and I would say bored. Like there was an element of it that was like dun dun dun, dun, like don't go to the casino, kind of like that kind of a thing. Like it sounded repetitive.
And could you hear the words from the voice? Any words like made out?
I honestly, like, I can't say that I did. Like, I might have been able to guess what some of the words, but I don't want to guess up here on the stand about anything specifically.
Did it sound like there was a violent confrontation happening?
Not in the slightest.
Now, at some point, did you contact the police after? Let me backtrack.
Sure.
When you woke up the next morning, was there a police presence in your community?
Yes, I went for a run at like 8:30 the next morning and saw the police out there in the yellow tape.
Okay, and at some point, did you come to learn that there had been a murder?
Yes.
And after you learned that there had been a murder in your community, did you contact the police?
Well, I saw a couple of detectives sort of standing there, and I didn't know what the police knew, and I didn't know, I just I went up to them and told them that I'd been out at 1:30 or
Sir?
around 1:30 in the morning.
No, No, you do not do this. Richard Allen says no. You get a lawyer and you tell the lawyer that you heard something at 1:30, and then you have that lawyer tell them. You do not make yourself el suspecto, dingus.
And that at that time, I didn't hear anything that would indicate a murder was happening. I didn't hear screaming or anything like that. The neighborhood was quiet, but that I did hear that sound. And I didn't know like if the police would be interested in hearing about a amplified voice coming from bouncing off the bill. I had no idea, but I wanted to give the police as much information as I could just to.
Jury question. How much peyote did you have before hearing this sound? It's a legitimate question. How toked were you? Were you listening to Bob Marley at any time in the evening before you heard the sound?
See if it wasn't my job to put together the information. I just wanted to give them what information I had about being out at that time.
Okay, and when you spoke with the police, do you remember telling them that you were pretty sure that this happened at 1:38 a.m.?
Yeah, I think that's the time I told the police. And again, I woken up by a whining dog. I looked at my watch. I walked outside, and I thought it was 1:30. But I now know that it wasn't 1:30 because.
And how is it that you were able to determine what time you actually woke up that night?
I'm a runner and I'm a super nerd about my watch. Like I'm obsessed with my watch. It keeps.
What type of watch do you have?
It's a Garmin Forerunner 245.
Oh, humble brag.
Keeps track of like.
Someone can run. I see how you are putting out your runner's privilege out there.
Every time I move, it keeps track of every minute that I sleep. It's kind of crazy how much it keeps track of my heart rate, and I'm obsessed with the data. And I have like an app on my phone where I can look at it and read like how many hours did I sleep last night? What time did I wake up for this or whatever?
Okay, he's the real unaliver. This dude likes kale. Allegedly in Minecraft, this dude enjoys kale, which is a sure sign of psychopathy. We found him. Look no further, allegedly. I am just joking. This is a joke for you people that don't understand sarcasm. He's their star witness, Jiraiya.
So it literally tells me when I wake up and when I'm moving.
And at some point, did you? Let me ask you this.
Well, I'm glad it doesn't
that your
figuratively
watch,
tell you.
collects, is that data stored?
Yes.
And do you have a way to recover or look at that data once it's stored?
Yes, it's stored. As far as I know, it's stored forever. Like it's on the cloud and it's in the Garmin app, and I can go back and look and see what exactly how many calories I had 2 years ago on.
Dear Lord, we have created Orson Welles, Big Brother all by our own self, and we are actively excited that it is data mining our entire life. No one else is creeped out by, Skynet possibly knowing how many calories they ate and that they liked kale. I mean, I don't know. That just seems like an inordinate amount of personal information that you're giving companies, but I'm a little Dale Gribble on that, so.
July 21st, like it's that much level of detail.
And at some point, did you go into your Garmin app and look at data from the sort of 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. time frame on October 21st of 2023?
Yeah. After I went up and talked to the police officers, I realized that I could actually go into my watch and see exactly what time. And I thought, like, if they're trying to build a timeline or whatever, it would be more useful for them to know exactly the moments when I was outside and didn't.
Sir, I would believe you more if you didn't talk like a Swiftie, a 14-year-old Swiftie. And I bet you have a Swiftie bracelet. I'm typecasting. Wolfram, I don't know. Time is a construct to him. He doesn't know. We're having this.
Hear anything in the neighborhood, and so I dug into my watch and got that. I got that data and sent it to the state trooper.
And were you able to take like sort of a screen recording of the app showing that data?
Yes, I created like a very 4-second screen recording that starts at the moment my dog wakes me up, the brief period where we're outside, and then it tells me the exact moment I've fallen back asleep.
And is it your understanding that recording is basically taking data directly from your Garmin device?
That's correct.
And the recording that you
That's the next
made,
witness.
is that fairly
Mr. Garmin, please show yourself.
the actual data that comes from your Garmin device?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 24. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that recording is on this disc?
That is my understanding.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 24.
No objection.
Equals 24 will be admitted and made public.
Could you just sort of explain, in these sort of opening moments of the video, what are we sort of looking at here?
So it divides my sleep up into 3 kinds of sleep: REM sleep, where I guess you're dreaming; light sleep, and deep sleep. And it, in the moments of, let's see, the color, so it's like divided by colors up here. And it also, you can't really tell on this screen, but it also tells you when you were awake in the middle of the night.
Okay. And I'm going to press play at the 2-second mark.
So I'm sleeping, and then here it says I'm awake. Started at 1:21, and it goes to let's see.
So stopping at 11 seconds in, this is what's the time reflected here?
1:19
And
a.m.
what's the sort of data reflected here?
It's telling me I'm asleep.
Okay. And I'm gonna play just once. Well, just a little forward, but and also at the 11-second mark, a little further into the video.
Probably.
What's the time reflected now?
So it's 1:20. So at this point, my dog has woken me up, and I'm probably going downstairs, going outside. It takes me takes a bit to get out of the house, so I'm probably not quite out of the house yet.
Okay, and then we're at still at the 11-second mark, but now what's the time reflected?
1:21, 1:22, 1:23. It's saying I'm awake, and it's basically detecting motion from my arm as I'm walking. So it's telling me that I'm awake at that time.
Okay.
Okay, so what if you were doing other hand movements? Asking for a friend,
The 12-second mark in the video.
what is the over-under that he has clocked that on his Garmin, depending on what dominant hand he uses? I'm asking for a friend how many calories that burns, because that's hilarious. Also, now Garmin knows when you're taking care of yourself with a friendly handshake.
Video. What's the time reflected here?
1:25.
And what's the sort of data reflected at this point?
It's my watch is telling me that I'm still awake.
Moving a little further, what's the time now?
1:26.
And what's the data reflect now?
Awake.
And then moving a little further at the 13-second mark of the video, what time are we looking at?
1:27. So at that point, I'm back in bed, and apparently I fell right back asleep. I didn't tell my wife. I heard the PA voice or anything. I just went right back to bed.
Okay, and as I guess you were out there hearing what you heard at the time, did you think it was significant at all?
I just thought it was weird. There was somebody yelling into a megaphone, and I didn't know where it was, but at that hour. But again, I'm not out at 1:21 much, and when I live downtown Detroit. I've been down there for almost 20 years, and we get a lot of yelling. So,
Wait, it's loud and chaotic in downtown Detroit. We have You know what? The witnesses in this case have an art for stating the obvious. No offense to anyone who lives in Detroit, but your reputation does kind of precede you.
It was not anything that I found alarming in any way. I just thought it was unusual the way the voice was in like being amplified is what I would say. That was what I thought was unusual.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ross?
Oh gosh.
Good
This
morning, sir.
defense
Good morning.
attorney is very assertive. And he's already turtling if you believe body language. He
Now,
does
just
not
to be
look like
clear,
he's
you indicated
confident.
that you believe you went outside at approximately 1:20-ish.
I woke up at around 1:20. I was probably outside, put my shoes on, that sort of thing. 1:21, 1:22, 1:23,
Okay.
1:24.
So you went
This man
from
owns 5 pairs of
being awake at
Birkenstocks.
1:26 to REM sleep at 1:27?
I was back in bed, and it doesn't necessarily indicate that the watch knows that I'm awake when I'm awake, and it knows when I've settled down
Okay.
into stillness.
Do you understand what REM sleep is?
Yeah,
Rapid eye movement, correct?
yes.
And you would agree that that's a deep sleep, correct?
I don't know that it is actually.
You don't know that?
I have a different category for deep sleep. REM sleep, I think, is a little more
REM
liminal.
sleep is
Okay,
so the defense attorney is wrong here. REM sleep happens directly after a deep sleep cycle. So you have several cycles through the night if you actually sleep correctly. A lot of us don't, but you go light sleep, deep sleep, and then you have about a 15 to 20 minute cycle of REM sleep, is how that's supposed to go. So it is possible that he went into, right back into a lighter REM style sleep. But also, those health fitness watches are notorious for getting sleep wrong, for not really actually getting that monitored correctly. I'm sure that this guy would argue that no, Garmin has no faults, but actual sleep doctors say, yeah, those are not accurate at sort of getting the levels of sleep right. It has an algorithm, it sort of tests it out, but it's not accurate as a sleep study. So the defense attorney is trying to do what he can, but I don't know what you're going to get out of this guy. And this defense attorney is very assertive. He doesn't quite tone down things for different witnesses. He doesn't change his style. So they did have the female attorney talk to a friend witness, probably because she was more soft and approachable.
You think rapid eye movement sleep is basically what, nodding off or something?
It could be. I'm not a sleep expert, sir.
Okay, but you're using this particular device to indicate if you're awake or if you're asleep, correct?
I'm using it to detect when my arm was moving, showing movement in the middle of the night.
Okay. Does this depict that your arm is actually moving?
That's what when I'm awake, it's a combination of arm movement and heart rate is my understanding. So it knows that I have risen and are walking around.
Okay, your understanding. And how far does your understanding go? Did you do any extensive research on this particular app on how it would be able to ascertain what stage of sleep you are in, or if you're asleep at all?
Did I do any extensive research?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So your understanding is very limited, correct?
No, because I pay attention to it all the time to follow my sleep. So I like to, like I said, I'm a real nerd about it. Like I love kind of paying attention and seeing, like if I have a beer, I sleep terrible. It's really interesting.
Okay. So you said you pay attention to this quite often, correct?
Okay, Zach.
You also indicate that after you
Look, it's not graphene, but he has mentioned his Garmin, and I feel that he, as Ian's doppelganger, couldn't steal graphene, but he has talked about his Garmin with the same fervor that Ian attaches to graphene. So I say completely, this guy's a cousin. I don't think we need to do a DNA test at all. He is definitely Crossland related. Crossland, I say, Mr. Ian Crossland, I say this out of love, but sometimes I don't get what planet you're from. I love you to death. You're a real weird guy. You like what you like, and that is awesome. But I don't ever understand how anything you say relates to the topic at hand because it generally doesn't.
You spoke with the detectives originally, you then realized that you'll be able to go to your app and retrieve this information. You said that, correct?
Yeah, I was super excited that I'd be able to tell them exactly what I
Okay, but you just stated
Oh my
that
God.
you pay attention to
This man goes door to door and says, "Have you heard the good news of Garmin? Garmin can track your sleep. It can help you eat kale and run."
this data, that you're always basically keeping tabs or researching your sleep patterns.
Oh, it's not just sleep patterns. It's a whole range of health things that I'm obsessed with. Like,
Okay.
so I'm not necessarily every morning waking up and checking my sleep, but there's a whole range of super nerdy technical details that it gives you about your health.
Oh my God, the
And how long
judge's
have you had
face
this
right
watch?
now. The judge's face. Sir, you already came in with a man bun and, your forearm showing, which, +1, -1. You can pick whichever one I choose to minus or plus. But what are we talking about? Obviously, this man isn't going to know the algorithms by which the phone is stating he's in REM sleep. Yes, what it showed is that he was no longer moving. You can talk to a Garmin expert and see what that would entail, but he's not going to know this unless he created the algorithm or went into super consumer mode and, went crazy, researching it, which he said he didn't. So I get the point that the defense attorney is trying to make, but he is not able to temper his style with any witness. And reading the room, he seems to have a rapport with the jury, but he he doesn't really temper his sort of assertiveness. It's not so much aggression, it's just assertiveness, I think. It can come off as aggression, but he can't tone that, I think. And I think that's why it's good that he does have the female attorney co-chairing with him so that she can ask more sensitive questions, because this could definitely be an optics thing that you don't want the jury to think that you're bullying witnesses. But you do need sort of a pit bull when you are a defense, with victim, or you're a defendant. You need someone that's going to go in there and make sure that the state proves every single thing that they claim.
I think, I don't want to testify. I would say somewhere between 4 and 5 years. I've had this one, but I also had the previous model.
Okay.
So.
And the previous models had the same capabilities as far as being able to, I guess, give an estimate if you're sleeping or not?
It did have that ability, but it also has different. The reason they get you to buy a new one is by adding a whole bunch of new stuff to it. So.
Okay. And you used those particular features when you first purchased the watch 4 or 5 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how is it that you just realized that you're able to, I guess, give an estimate if you're sleeping or not after detective, if you already knew that? I'm kind of having a hard time understanding.
Well, no, I was super excited to be able to tell the officers the exact moment that I got off.
Right.
Once I remembered, but when I saw the officers, someone in my neighborhood had just been murdered. It was horrible, and I just wanted to tell them. I went up to talk to them.
Okay.
And so I in that moment, I didn't have access to the computer or any of the other.
Okay.
You can't just look at your watch just talking to a police officer.
Okay, I understand that. But you did testify, just to be clear, that you realizing that means it first came to your knowledge that your watch would be able to, I guess, give an estimate on when you were not asleep. You said that, correct?
Well, no, I realized or remembered. I remembered after I talked to the police officers that I could give them that exact moment. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't mean to say realize.
Well, I mean, I talked to the police officers, and then I was like, oh man, I can go back and look at my watch data and tell them exactly when it was.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you told the officers that there was something different about this shouting, correct? That kind of
Sorry, I missed that word. What,
you told the officers that there was something different about this shouting that made you take note of it, correct?
Shouting, I would say there's something different. There was something different, and that was the fact that it was amplified. Like sometimes we get like a homeless person who's like shouting. Okay. But what made this unusual and made me want to tell the officers was it was like on a PA or through a megaphone. I was like, who's out with a megaphone at 1:30 in the morning? It was kind of like my
Okay.
thought process.
And then you also tell the detective that you come out at 12:30 every night.
That's the last time I take the dog is between 11:30 and 12:30.
Okay.
But he had diarrhea.
Okay. So, but you, just to be clear, you told the officer you
All
come
of
out at
them.
12:30 every night to take your
All
dog
of
out.
them.
That's normally
Okay.
the last time I come out.
Okay. And 12:30 is not that
Oh my
far
gosh.
from, I guess, 1.
Do you think that his wife or significant other, it's the year 2024, I'm not even going to assume anymore, has banned his Garmin talk from home and he's so excited for this chance at the trial to, spread the good news of Garmin? If Garmin doesn't pay for product placement in this trial, I swear to goodness.
1:30. You would agree to that, right? An hour.
I would have preferred not to have gone out at 1:30 that night,
Okay.
but
Okay.
it was unusual for the dog to be sick.
Okay. And then when on this particular night, when you heard that shouting, as you described, it struck you as something different that you normally do not hear. You told the officers that, didn't you?
I did, and
Okay. Yes, thank you. And you also told them you felt guilty, didn't you?
no,
You did. You didn't say you felt guilt and you felt callous the last 24 hours. You didn't say that.
callous.
Callous, yes. That you've been feeling callous the last 24 hours.
Oh,
You're-
one of my wonderful neighbors had been murdered. Like if I said that it was a horrible, horrible day. I mean, all of my neighbors were just.
Okay.
I mean, you have to understand, sir. It was
He had so many gummies before this. Oh my gosh. And it is funny to see this attorney kind of struggle with this overtalker because in cross you want to kind of have yes or no. You want to get them into a pattern to where maybe they admit to something if they're not paying attention, if they're, not, thinking every question through. It's, you can get them to say, wait, did you just say yes to this? You did this. And then you have to backpedal if you're not paying attention. But this guy is just full of verbal vomit about Garmin and feelings. And he's probably a super nice guy, but he probably does like kale and have 5 Birkenstock pairs and assaults people with, his open feet in public.
horrible
I
that
understand.
day.
I mean, I'm not disputing that. I'm asking you a very specific question on whether or not you told the officers that you felt callous
I honestly like,
because you did not investigate further. You told them that.
Oh no, I felt no
You didn't feel-
instigation to investigate. If it had been like I would have felt if I'd heard something that made me think it was somebody being hurt, I would have felt that way. And maybe you're mischaracterizing what I told the officer. I said if I heard something that sounded
He's like, you're lying.
So you
sir."
didn't-
somebody being murdered, I would have felt horrible.
Okay.
But I didn't hear something that sounded like anything other than someone really bored talking into a megaphone.
Okay, so you didn't. Okay, and you when you spoke to the officers, were you aware that the officers were equipped with body worn camera?
I spoke to many officers, and I don't know if the detectives, because they were like wearing like street suits or whatever. But there was a Detroit police officer who was working with the task force
Yeah.
who I talked to in a car, and then I also talked to some state investigators
Okay.
later. I don't know who was wearing cameras and who wasn't.
Okay, the first officer you spoke with, were you aware that they were wearing a body worn camera?
I know that the first officers I spoke with, no.
Okay, if you were to see yourself on a body worn camera, would you be able to identify yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that HDMI cord stretch here?
Okay, here's the problem with using this man's words against him. He is what I like to call, and I might be one of these, during times of, let's say, high stress, we can become objects of verbal vomit spew. And we can say all of the things in faster time than Ben Shapiro. We become, fast talkers. We bring in extraneous details. We are trying to be all the helpful. We have the random thought because ADHD and squirrel. And so my guess is that, yes, he indeed said all of the things that the defense is going to tell is trying to get into the case. The problem with this is from one, verbal vomit when bad things happen person to another, he definitely seems like a person that's just going to be like me, where you just kind of vomit out facts, extraneous detail, random squirrel thought, glitter, back to, information. So as a juror, I would take that into account, is all I'm saying. Now, the defense wants this to prove that someone heard the struggle and didn't act. And if he didn't act, why not?
You made something, I just want to make sure that we do this the right way. Is this an exhibit?
Defense proposed Exhibit A.
We use numbers.
I thought they're using numbers. We're using letters. Okay. Well,
We always use numbers. Defense or prosecution.
okay. What number is he on? I'm not sure.
No, that's one.
Defense one. Oh, okay. Well, defense proposed Exhibit 1, which is a body-worn camera of an interview by the witness.
Who's by the camera?
From Latasia Whaley, Officer LASTASIA, last name WHALEY.
You're familiar with this?
Yes.
Are you objecting to it?
No, you're.
This was not the first officer I talked to.
Well,
Okay, he said that this was the first officer.
Okay.
Dear Lord, oh my God, you are a defense attorney's worst nightmare. Same with me, because we are like, no, let me be extra helpful and incriminating. No, let me tell you where I was and what I was possibly doing that was bad. Let me add details that you can tear apart. This is why the right to remain silent would be a constant internal battle for Mo, because the amount of things that want to pop out of, my mouth filter free, I would be a defense attorney's worst nightmare.
it'll be admitted, and you may play.
And may I publish it?
You may play the relevant portion.
Okay. And just for the record, sir, you recognize yourself?
That's me.
Okay.
And he has a leather jacket.
Oh, you do this thing, or
Yes.
you just go back inside?
No, I
the
mean,
apartment, or
I might have, this is where I've been
after the spring, like,
Yeah.
how much longer did you stay outside?
a couple of minutes, and again, it wasn't like I felt like incredible guilt about this thing the last 24 hours. Like I wish I would have gone down there, but I didn't. Like I'm that callous, I guess at this point. Like it didn't sound to me like I never heard the word help or anything like that, and having been down here for as long as we have, I felt callous and like it's not my problem, and I've been feeling shitty about that for 24 hours or more now.
Well, if you're in it,
Well, you hear what you.
Sir, it's not a question. It's not a question.
Okay.
Oh Lord, this
Now,
guy is like, no, let me be
Is
extra
it
helpful.
also true that you told her that your neighbor's walls are incredibly thin?
Yes.
Or the walls are incredibly thin in this apartment complex, correct?
Yes.
And you assume if something was going on, then her neighbors would have to deal with it and not you, correct?
Have to deal with it?
Yeah, or respond to it.
Well, I can't hear through walls that are 3 buildings away.
Okay. But you told the officer that another one of the reasons why you didn't want to deal with it is because the neighbor's wall.
He's a millennial. Of course, he made it about himself. As a Genlettial who rejects most of millennial behavior and chooses to identify as Gen X adjacent, it's freaking annoying. And yeah, he was probably shocked to see himself on camera. That's his thinking face.
Walls are so thin. If there was something happening in her apartment, you expected it, the responsibility to be on them and not yourself.
Sir, I see what you're doing.
Sir, yes or no? Did you say that, sir? Sir, yes or no?
That's
Did you?
no, that's not a mischaracterization of what I said. You can play what I said, but that's a
You didn't say
mischaracterization.
that? Okay.
Don't take away his virtue points. Damn it.
For the record,
He's
I am
virtuous.
publishing. I'm starting at 15. I can get to 1504. I have to play right before that.
It's no joke what the amount of noise that passes through these walls. They're about this thin. So we are up in each other's business all the time in this neighborhood.
Okay.
So my assumption is not only just it's not my problem, is if somebody were to need help, I'm all the way down here and there's like I've got 140 neighbors like that are way closer.
Right.
You know, but I'm also like now I'm thinking like, well, nobody's up at 1:40 in the morning, you know.
Sir, isn't it true that you told the officers that if something's happening, it's not your problem?
That's not what I meant.
That's
I hear what you're trying to do with that
Sir,
statement.
sir,
That is absolutely not what I meant.
Sir, yes or no? Sir, isn't it true you told the officers that if something was happening there, it was not your problem?
That's not what I meant.
It's not. My question is, did you say
That's
it?
my answer.
Okay. But you said it though, correct?
I said that under most circumstances.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that you spoke to this officer and you indicated that you saw Ms. Wall with a gentleman before, correct? A male.
I believe I had, yes.
Okay. And that person came to your apartment to request to see if you had a package of theirs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you felt that they were accusing you of taking it. Told the officer that, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought it was like a valuable package that had gone missing off their porch, and they
Okay.
thought maybe I had it.
Okay. And you felt that they were accusing you, correct?
There might have been a bit of that.
You told the officer that, correct?
I haven't watched this video.
This is so this lawyer does this every time, and this might be just his style, but it's very aggressive. I am not one that likes confrontation, so this would not be a style that I would use. It is obvious that this man is not going to allow you to unsettle his moral high horseness. He is a virtuous millennial. He, recycles once in a while. He has an iPhone, but I'm sure that those child slaves making those, don't really care because he can put his political messages up. I'm sorry, I'm just making him a whole backstory that might not be true. This is pure speculation. But he is argumentative, and people do clam up when aggressively tested on their morals. Now, he might be changing his story to allay himself of guilt, or he has a bit of main character syndrome and he wanted to make this all about him. But I don't know that I would use this tone on a witness. Just, as a personal choice, I don't think that this would be the tone or sort of demeanor I would put forth. If you ask me, I think it's not as helpful when you have someone who is simply a witness and honest to God, if he heard anything, he was probably with Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. I don't know. It's just not my particular style, but I do understand why, as a defense attorney, you would need to have this sort of dogged determination.
So I don't know if I said that. You're telling me that I said that.
I'm
I might have
asking you
said
how
that.
you felt, because obviously you felt a particular way. If you talked to the officer and you told them about an experience,
Yeah, he was like,
sir.
oh, sorry.
if you felt a particular way and you explained to an officer about a previous situation, then obviously you felt that way in your heart, correct? When you told the officer, correct?
I think what I said was, I said, no, man, we don't have your package. And he was like looking in my apartment to see if he could see it. It was kind of that vibe.
And you told the officer you felt.
Oh
you were
God, he
being
used the word
accused, correct?
vibes. He's guilty.
Accused by who?
Of the guy.
Of having his package?
Of having the
yeah,
package.
kind of like by the way his eyes were like looking in my apartment, you know?
Okay.
It was a
And you also stated that
microaggression.
this guy was doing all the talking, correct? And she didn't say much.
Yeah, I got the impression it was like maybe his package.
Okay.
Dweez, no, I think you nailed it, Mo. I bet $1 his social media would identify him as a proud male feminist as well, and an ally. And, you know, Garmin obsessed. He's probably part of Garmin Reddit, which I can't imagine a circle of hell I would rather not be sent to more than that one.
And you also made a comment saying that she seemed, in your opinion, she seemed small as if she didn't say anything. She wasn't saying anything, correct?
Ooh, I don't know if I can answer that. I haven't watched this video, so you're telling me what I said in the video.
I'm telling you how you felt. I'm not asking what you said.
Well, you did just ask what I told the officer.
Okay, you felt that way then. You felt that she was.
Yeah, like she didn't say anything.
Okay, and you felt the guy was, I guess, doing all the talking a little bit more aggressive than she was, correct?
Yeah, I got the impression it was like an electronic. He was like he had like a package that he wanted, like some electronics that like he
Oh, a
thought should have been
PS5.
delivered.
I'm just asking you about the dynamics of the interchange between you and this guy. You felt that, just to be clear, you felt that he came over there and he was somewhat accusing you of taking whatever the package is.
I mean, just to be clear, man, like this is like way before the murder, like a long time before that.
Okay.
So my memory of
Dear Lord, the Ian Crosslandness of this. Oh my gosh. I am having traumatic flashbacks because, like I said, nothing against Ian. You know, he is his own person and he's rocking it and having fun with it. But the never being on topic, adding random miscellaneous things. And I guess these are all things that bother me about me because I have ADHD and sort of feel like that could be my alter ego of super badness if I didn't control and try to have at least slight bit self-control with my, ADHD outbursts. But oh my gosh. We are spending so much time on a person who basically heard protesting at a casino.
I'm just letting you know my memory isn't that great. So I don't want to say anything that's wrong. But you're asking me what my memory is of it, and my memory is the guy did the talking, and that he thought I had his package,
Okay.
and maybe I brought it in either intentionally or unintentionally.
Okay. And she wasn't saying
Now,
anything, correct?
in
No, I
another
don't remember her.
sort of comment, I will say that if it were between myself going to maybe confront a neighbor to see if they had a package versus myself, Mr. Mo would generally go for me, not because he's a raging, misogyny person, but because this is an inherently potentially confrontational situation. And most men would want to protect their significant other and say, hey, I'll deal with this. You're a smaller person. This may get confrontational. I'll go deal with that. I don't find that dynamic too alarm setting off, especially with this gentleman's sort of ability to exaggerate and, embroider things, at least from current, data identified with his Garmin talk. I would say that that's fairly typical in a relationship, unless you have somewhat different standards. But to my read to that, it's normal. Mr. Mo would go and get a package instead of me. I don't find that weird.
Saying anything, maybe like hey or hi. I can't really remember. It was a long time before this.
Okay.
It was a long time before today and a long time before the murder.
Okay. And you also felt that this particular shouting was coming from Lafayette area, correct?
Well, my assumption was it was that I talked about in my direct testimony. I talked about this drinking trolley where like people drink and drive.
Sir, my question
Well,
is,
that's what I thought it was, which is then that's parked on Lafayette. Yes, it's parked over by the.
you didn't indicate at this interview that you thought it came from the casino. You didn't say that, did you?
No, because I didn't know that the
Okay.
strike had just started.
Okay. But you didn't say it sounded like it came from that particular area, did you?
Well,
Sir, yes or no?
no, but like I said on direct, sound travels real weird in our neighborhood.
Okay, but my question is, you didn't tell the officer sound travels weird in your neighborhood, did
Oh,
you?
I'm sure I did. If
I am sure he did.
You're positive.
I'm almost. I mean, I would have said that. I mean, maybe I didn't, but
You didn't, sir.
Objection.
Okay.
Your Honor. Is Mr. Brown
Okay.
testifying now?
Okay.
in fact, I'm sure I told at some point in the many interviews I did with police that the towers around the neighborhood, like there was a concert at Comerica Park, and we could hear it coming from the east. It was
Okay, sir.
crazy.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm pulling this back up. The judge currently, right now, as all of this is going on. No, oh, for the love of Cheetos. No, I don't want an ad. Just gonna keep the tab up. Oh my god. Oh my god, this man is a gift from heaven. And I realize I wasn't sharing the screen because I'm a dingus. I'm sorry. I had a graphene moment. Sorry. Thank you, chat. Sorry. Uh let's go back a little bit because I want to see, you need to see this absolute pout face he does when he's like, "But Your Honor, he's being mean to me."
Enough that you felt guilt on not investigating further.
Sir,
Correct.
our neighborhood is the kind of place where
Sir.
people still help each other.
Sir.
And I wanted, like, I did feel guilt
Okay,
because
thank you.
if there was
Sir,
anything I
sir.
could have done to help.
He's,
Your Honor, he's characterizing me as
Sir,
feeling guilty.
Stop, please. He answer his questions, and the prosecutor gets to ask you more questions, okay?
Look at this confused face. Look at this confused face when he's not allowed to continue arguing, when he is not allowed to continue debating, when he has to be quiet and let his words stand as they are. This man has never been told, "You can't explain it." Congratulations, Jariah. That is awesome. That is so awesome. I'm so happy for her. It's, you know what? If I could give you any advice for her, the wedding is wonderful. The wedding is great, but don't get so caught up in the wedding that you forget to plan for your entire relationship. You know, because a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on the day, and while it is magical and wonderful and an outward ceremony, it's also one day for the rest of your life. So that is so awesome. I'm so excited for her. I love people falling in love.
And you also told the officer at a different time during that interview that we just saw that you felt guilty and you were hoping that the murder didn't happen around the time you heard the scream. You said that, didn't you?
Well, I of course.
Okay. Okay.
Of
Thank
course,
you.
that's true. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, this was one of the things that the defense brought up in
You
their
also
opening
stated that his
statement.
voice sounded like someone was mad, not a chant. You said somebody was mad, correct?
Are you speaking about my direct testimony or to the police officer?
To the police officer, you told the police officer that it sounded like somebody was mad.
I'm trying to remember.
Here's a hint, sweetie. Lawyers
If I
don't
said
ask
that,
you
I said
questions
that,
they
but
don't know
that's
the
not
answer
how I
to.
remember it now.
It's not how you remember it now.
Yeah.
Would you say that your memory was better on October 22nd, 2023, or today about this incident?
Well, I mean, my memory was also colored by the trauma of what had happened in my neighborhood. You understand
Oh,
that?
dear
Yeah,
God.
Okay.
You would agree that your memory
Your trauma, sir, again, this did not happen to you. Yes, it happened in your neighborhood, and that there are ripples of effects when there is a violent, thing around you. I get that. And I'm guessing he's going with vibes. Would not be shocked if he didn't sage the area. But what in the heck? For the love of all that is unholy.
would have been better on October 22nd, 2023, about what you heard the night before than it is today on June the 13th of 2024.
I see what you're saying.
You,
I think my memory.
would you agree to that?
I agree to that. Yes.
Okay, thank
but
you.
that
Sir.
I had not yet heard the
Sir, thank
same
you.
sound coming.
Thank you so much, Jariah, for the super chat. Absolutely celebration time. People committing to each other. Marriage is the greatest thing, but it can also be the hardest job you'll ever have. And I love people starting on their new adventure. And thank you so much, Jariah, and congratulations. Hopefully, you can get a chance to give her and the lucky person a hug very, very soon. And that is just awesome. Let me get a pen. Okay, this is what happens when you bite all your nails off. You no longer have nails. Oh. And in case you guys are wondering, once the board fills up, I take the tags and I put them in the shadow box. So eventually throughout the years, I'll have a light up shadow box with all the tags for all super chats. Now that I'm back in action and can do the board, I'll have one for every year. And, it's just a cool way to really thank you guys for your support and show that I appreciate it, but also a neat thing for me to keep and keep me motivated, and just remember how much support is out there and how awesome you guys are. So thank you. Now I want to be all nosy and totally sidetrack and ask how did they propose? And oh my gosh, because this man is so annoying to me. But I will try to be a professional, semi-professional. So thank you very much again, Jariah, and congratulations. Yay! Now you get to practice
Okay.
your
Prosecutor will have a chance.
Okay,
Stupid
understood.
shuffle.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Now, you never, when the officer recontacted you, Trooper Stockmeyer, you never indicated that, hey, I want to supplement my report and tell you that I didn't feel guilty during that time. I was mistaken. You never told her that when you spoke to her on February the 2nd, 2024, did you?
I don't know.
You didn't tell her that, oh, I didn't mean to tell you that I felt callous about not investigating. You didn't supplement your report, did you?
I don't know.
Okay. you didn't supplement your report until Trooper Stockmeyer that, hey, sound bounces off these different buildings, and I think it came from the casino. You didn't supplement your report back in February 2nd of 2024, did you?
Your Honor, I don't know what supplement, can you clarify what that means?
You didn't ask her to change it.
No, I was in communication
Okay,
with folks about,
I agree.
okay.
My question is, you did not ask Trooper Stockmeyer to
Okay.
change your report.
This is a bit of a trick. He does not know procedurally how these things work. He would not know how to supplement a report because he doesn't write a report. And, it could be a case of he told the officer and they didn't write it down at the exact time. Oh, I love being told first. And then I hate being told first as well because my mouth is, look, I'm like, I have a secret. It's really a good secret. Bad secrets I will take to the grave. I am a vault. Good secrets though, I'm like, and subtle may not be a thing my face can do. So I'm generally not the first told because subtle is not a thing for me. I try not to spoil things, but I just get so happy, excited. I become like
edit your
the
report
youngest, most
to
feral.
put that additional information in that sound bounces off of these buildings, and I now think it came from over here.
Sir, I'm not aware of the process of supplementing a report. I don't know what that, I don't even really know what that means.
Okay, but you know what change means though, correct?
I do
Change
know
the report,
change,
okay.
but I talked to the police officers when they came
I
to
voted
talk to
for
me.
Obama. I know
wasn't
what
aware
change
that there's a
means.
process of supplementing a report,
Okay.
but I did communicate with them about things like the time on the watch.
Okay. The time on the watch. You never communicated to them that, hey, I didn't mean to tell you that I was not callous or I did not feel guilty for the last 24 hours. You didn't tell them that, did you?
I'm really uncomfortable with the way you're characterizing me as being.
I'm just
callous.
asking you a question.
I'm just not comfortable answering the question the way you're
Uh,
characterizing.
Sir,
my
this isn't
emotions.
therapy.
Okay, I'm
Oh
asking
my
you a
God.
question. You never told Trooper Stockmeyer that you made a mistake when you told Police Officer Whaley that you felt callous.
Oh,
I feel like you're making something here for your closing argument, not
if
asking me
you-
a question. Like,
Okay,
this is
okay,
like
let
a
me,
characterization of my.
Sir, it's not for you. I don't want to be rude, but it's not for you to interpret.
let
what
me
my
get you temporary
intent for
mod.
asking the question. If you know the answer to the question, please answer the
I
question.
don't understand your characterization of my emotional state
Do you
and
understand?
how I should supplement it to the police. I don't understand how that process works.
Okay, but do you understand my question, though, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay. You do understand that at some point in time, you told Police Officer Whaley, as a matter of fact, on October 22nd, 2023, that you felt guilty for not going down there. We can agree to that, correct?
I heard myself. Yes.
Okay, yes. So my question is, you never told Trooper Stockmeyer on February 2nd, 2024, that you made a mistake when you spoke to Police Officer Whaley on October 22nd in regards to you feeling callous or guilty for not going down there and investigating that sound.
I disagree with that.
So-
At that point, I heard the.
Okay, sir. Okay, you answered the question. So just follow up. So you said you disagree. So
I
are
disagree
you?
with the way
So
you phrased it.
so are you saying that you told Trooper Stockmeyer, in fact,
If you want to
that
send
you
it
made
to
a
my
mistake
ex,
when you told Police
that
Officer
I can
Whaley
put it up that way,
you felt callous
or I can
guilty?
look at
Is
it
that what you're saying?
because
feel
I
like
love
need to wrap up
random.
This question, like I'm just like, I'm sorry. I just, you're telling me
Sir.
that I should have gone to the police officer.
I'm asking you, did you? I'm not saying what you should have done. I'm asking you, did you tell Trooper
Okay.
Stockmeyer?
You guys, this is sad, but this is going to be coming to more courts. This therapy talk, this people that think that they can, therapize their way out of this. These are the type of people that are going to be coming up. I see a lot more of this happening if lawyers rub certain type of people's moral high horse the wrong way. I can see this becoming very argumentative, and I see this. I foresee this happening a lot more in courts going forward. people do not want to get their emotional high horse, chopped down just a little.
That you made a mistake about telling police officer Welly that you felt guilty and callous for not investigating that sound. Yes or no?
To this
Sir,
day,
yes or no?
I can't answer that question. I don't understand that question. I just don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'll break it down. Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Stockmeyer
Yes.
about whether or not you felt guilty or callous that night? Yes or no?
Trooper Stottmeyer, the state trooper.
Yes, the state
No,
trooper.
I did not have a
Okay.
conversation with her about feeling guilty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Dude, that face, sir.
In the car with her on the 22nd of 2023, about feeling guilty. What was going through your head at that
Oh my God, it was so emotional at that time. Like, we just found out that like a beloved member of our community had been murdered. And like everybody felt horrible. And we all were asking ourselves.
Objection to what everybody felt or what everybody was saying.
Sir, you never met this person beyond like saying hi and they lost a package. What is going? This is not a group men's support system. This is not the liminal order. Jack Murphy, I think we found your last subscribing member to the liminal order. That is alleged and speculation, but it's going straight into my headcanon of this guy. Because what is... Again, we are acting like he is now a suspect. This man adds nothing really to this case other than potentially he might have heard a scream, which he is now convinced and will not. This is the hill he's willing to die on. He's not going to retract that he thought it was a chant now. He has absolved himself of any guilt because he is still a good guy. He is still an ally. And to break that mental thought pattern in his head is too painful that he will deny himself on video and justify and want to protect his character more than trying to solve a murder and just being honest and just being straight and say, look, I think anyone would feel guilty, or yes, I felt guilty. I think anyone finding out that a murder was close to them and happened in their general vicinity would have one of those scenarios where they would hope that they could have changed the outcome. But he's also inserting himself into the case. And I wonder if they did a thorough background check on him, despite what the Garmin says. Some people also just do for attention, like to insert themselves into things, but it's also very common that the suspect will insert themselves into an investigation to try to steer it away from themselves. And this is all speculation. They haven't named this person as a suspect. I'm just saying his weird desire to get in the middle of this and to be so helpful and informative, his vibe is just completely off. And he made me use the word vibe. And I feel gross and I have to go say a couple Hail Marys now because I just used the word vibe non-ironically.
You can't say what other people.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I didn't feel guilty about about taking my dog out to the bathroom. I just felt like if there was anything I could have done to help this poor person, there was just this overwhelming sense of emotion in those moments. And I think if I felt like I was frustrated up here, it's because I didn't really feel like I had guilt. I just wish that this had never happened and that I could have done something to help. I didn't feel like I really could have helped, but I wish there had been something I could have done to have helped.
At the time you heard what you heard on October 21st of 2023, at around 1:24 a.m. Did it sound like it was somebody getting hurt?
No,
Did it sound like it was somebody getting murdered?
absolutely not.
Did the voice sound to be a male voice or a female?
It was an older female voice.
Sitting here today, do you still feel guilty for not going down and checking out what you had heard
I
that
mean,
morning?
guilt is like, I use that word
Thank
casually with a police
you
officer
so
on a very
much.
emotional day. And opposing counsel
I cried.
used it very.
Oh my
it felt like I was
God.
being attacked for it, but
No
I
one
didn't-
cares.
I don't.
Okay, millennials. I'm saying this as a person who rejects my millennial reality and inserts genlennial reality. But dear Lord, oh my goodness, no one cares. No one cares about your feelings right now. This is the court. You are lucky that uncivil law isn't watching this because he has feelings about emotions in court. You are not being attacked. You are being asked for the validity of what you said. And I swear to God, you probably made up the spelling for your last name. You're like, I can't be Griffin. That's too colonial. I'm going back to the native spelling and phonetic, because of, colonial settler English or something stupid. I'm alleging that this is all speculation and a bit of ribbing. But, sir, no one in court cares about your feelings unless you're giving a victim impact statement. Stop it. Feel like I'm talking to a 7-year-old, but here are my feelings. Okay, I'm very sorry. That's not nice. But some people aren't nice. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could change it, children. But some people aren't nice.
Feel guilty. I just still feel really bad that this happened to my neighbor. That's why I told the police officers about what I heard that night, because I wanted to help in any way that I could.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yes, thank you. So, sir, you stated that you use that word just loosely, the word guilt. You just use that word just loosely if you don't feel that way?
I think you are mischaracterizing
Sir.
the way that I used it.
Okay, sir, I'm asking you a question. Do you use that word loosely? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you use the word callous loosely?
You
Yes or no,
cannot
sir?
rehabilitate yourself. Just answer the damn
Yes or no, sir?
question.
Did I use the word callous loosely?
Yes.
I don't feel that I was being callous that
Sir,
night.
sir, that's not my question. My question.
I understand, but I want you to understand that this is hard
Sir,
for
I want
me.
you to understand. Just answer my question, please. I don't want to be rude. I'm just answer my question.
Did I use the word callous loosely?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you use the phrase "it's not my problem" loosely?
Can we play that again? Because I'd like
Sir.
to explain
Sir.
why.
Sir, yes or no? Do you use the phrase "it's not my problem" loosely?
When I'm talking about how
Sir.
it usually feels to hear stuff in the
Look, you live in Detroit. You live in downtown Detroit. You probably hear the sounds of urban nightlife and day life all the time. Yes, it is absolutely normal. If you could see yourself beyond this defensive lens, it would be absolutely normal to become a bit callous to average, everyday, urban sort of noises. Because typically, societies, we don't do well when people step into things that aren't our business. In certain areas, in certain cultures, that can be a dishonor or, a unaliving offense if you get into other people's business. I'm sure that is how that plays in downtown Detroit. It's a normal human function that you would become callous a little bit to maybe sounds of distress. That's not a moral failing. That's, pattern and self-preservation. There's not really a moral, tag put to that. Because you are adding weight and your morality to your inaction, as hypothetical as it was, these are normal things. You shouldn't be fighting this. It makes you look like more of a douche that you want to sit down and explain this. Yeah, and we're spending an hour and a half with this weirdo when he has basically nothing to add to the case. You are correct, Wolfram.
neighborhood, that is usually how I feel.
So you usually, that's okay, thank you. No further,
Usually we don't have people murdered.
no further questions, thank you.
Anything further? Anything from the jury? Right down, council approach.
Oh, jury. You know this man is not going to take a question from the jury well, because his biggest fear is that other people will judge him guilty. He doesn't really worry about how he feels, but he doesn't want to be judged guilty. Yeah, some people wrap their identities in I am the good person. I am on the right side of history. We see this a lot now. They don't have an internal good, bad sort of compass. It seems like they test the wind. And, when you don't have a foundation of morals and you're able to shift with the changing currents of what the current moral zeitgeist is, inauthentically, he doesn't worry about what he feels. He is so much more worried about if the jury is going to think he's in this trial, are going to think he's a bad person, because he has the Tesla, he recycles, he, is in all the ally groups. He has the bona fides of the, thing. It's he's definitely he needs the veneer of the social do-gooder, and anything that breaks that, he doesn't really have a personality beyond that. It's really sad. I see these people as typically very hollow. They use causes and, labels and, terminal uniqueness to try to fill that void inside them. But if any bit of that sort of veneer is cracked, then they become very hostile because it hurts. It hurts him to realize the edifice of himself that he worships, the kind, you know, good Van Wilder sort of Deadpool is is his only outer shell. He does not have inner feelings. At least that's what I feel like when I see these people. I'm not a psychologist, but you would have to be an extremely empty person to worry more about how the jury and people on TV are going to feel about you than just helping be a witness and, try to get justice for this, neighbor you supposedly super duper love. And he probably wrote a letter to the editor. I'm gonna have to look that up because I can only imagine. I was demeaned in court and defamated because they said I wasn't caring. I mean, can you imagine if that man put half of the energy he's putting into being this facade? It's like I got onto a rant last night about, if all of the people that are protesting this, that, and the other of far-flung places, if we all got together and protested how many children or, protective services lets down the broken system, can you imagine how quickly that could change? That's my real pet peeve with these slacktivists. There are legitimate things that I think we could get a lot of people on board and do significant amount of change if public opinion showed that there was a desire for it. But instead, they pick out these ridiculous, far-flung things that they are never going to be able to achieve. You're never going to tell Israel what to do. I don't care what you say. You're not the president of Israel. It's not going to happen. You can protest, you can glue yourself to stuff. No. But if we all got together and did something constructive, that's what ticks me off. These people will expend massive amounts of energy for things that they can't change or things that have already been won, but not for something that really does need help.
This isn't really something this witness can answer, but Defense Exhibit 1 is a body-worn camera that was taken off her chest and put on top of I guess the bench, that car to record. Anything further? With that, you're excused. Thank you for
Thank you,
testimony here
thank you.
today. You may leave the courthouse, or stay and watch the rest of the proceedings if you like. And we're going to break for lunch. We have about a half hour of work that we have to do before we get to break for lunch, so we're gonna come back at 1:45. Okay? If you need to get something from the jury room, go ahead and get it.
I do like speed watching, getting to go through the breaks is nice. But I don't think they filmed the part where they were doing the sort of lawyerly behind the scenes things.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Just hold the mic nice and close to your mouth, and please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Nicole Kroom. That's Nicole, Kroom, Croom.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I'm currently an assistant medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office here in Detroit.
And what is your basic role as an assistant medical examiner?
My primary responsibility as an assistant medical examiner is to determine cause and manner of death for cases that come in on my assigned autopsy days.
And in your line of work, what does the phrase cause of death mean?
So cause of death is the initial injury and or disease that initiates a cascade of physiologic events that eventually ends in death.
And in your line of work, what is the phrase manner of death?
Manner of death is a classification system to detail the circumstances surrounding a death created for public health purposes.
And what are the various manners of death that are recognized under Michigan law?
In most jurisdictions, there are 5 manners of death that are recognized. That would be natural, homicide, suicide, accident, and indeterminate or undetermined.
And how long have you been working with the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started working there in October of 2022.
And what sort of training do you have that enabled you to become an assistant medical examiner with the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
So I got my Bachelor of Science from the University of California, Los Angeles in integrative biology and physiology. Then I went to medical school at the University of California, San Francisco, during which time I took a 1-year break and got a Master of Public Health from the University of California, Berkeley. Then I did my anatomic and clinical pathology residency also at the University of California, San Francisco. And then I did my 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle, Washington.
And after
Yeah,
1 year,
it is Detroit. I
fellowship
can't
in
imagine.
Seattle, is that at that point did you join the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, between when I graduated at the end of June 2022 and when I started at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office, I worked as a per diem or contract forensic pathologist at the Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office in Everett, Washington.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but how long did you do that?
Just for those months between July and October in 2022.
Okay. And all Are you
I
familiar
didn't
with
know they had a
something
per
that,
diem medical
is
examiner.
called board certification?
Yes.
What is board certification?
So after training, you take these tests that are put out by the American Board of Pathology, which is the board that oversees all people practicing pathology in the United States. And once you take those tests, if you pass, then you are given a certification in that field.
And did you take the board certification test for a particular field?
I took board certification tests for anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And did you pass the board certification for those fields?
I did.
And specifically for the field of forensic pathology, what do you mean when you say forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology, which is a branch of medicine. And forensic pathology specifically, practitioners use their diagnostic skills from general pathology training for medical legal purposes, primarily to determine cause and manner of death.
And what's the sort of primary process that you utilize as a forensic pathologist to determine cause and manner?
My primary means of determining cause and manner of death is post-mortem examination.
And is that otherwise known as an autopsy?
The internal portion of a post-mortem examination is commonly referred to as an autopsy.
Okay. And,
Yes.
can
And
you
she seems
describe
nice
for the
and
jury just in
confident.
general what a-
She's sitting up straight, speaking clearly. I mean, I like how she's testifying. She's probably been one of the most professional testifiers from the state. First, we had, I think, crime scene technician that could have been anywhere else. Then we had the two police officers. One police officer had hopped to another department, which kind of suggests that it could be completely innocent, but the very short term that he spent with the Detroit PD and then he went on to a smaller town, could be that he didn't like all the action that Detroit had, which is completely, logical. You had another cop who had a tattooed watch on his wrist. I kid you not. Uh, it it has just been a cavalcade of odd witnesses for the state in an already odd and flawed case.
what a post-mortem examination consists of, what the process is in general.
So it can comprise three components. One is the external examination, whereby it sounds like we look at the outside of the body, document any natural disease or injury we may see, any decedent characteristics that might help in identification if they're unknown. Then the internal portion of the examination or the autopsy is a surgical procedure whereby the body is opened up and then the internal organs and tissues are examined. And then we can also do ancillary studies such as radiology or histology or toxicology.
And throughout the course of your career as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many times have you performed a post-mortem examination to determine someone's cause of manner of death?
Approximately 800.
Your Honor, if there's no objection, I can have Dr. Kuhn qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
Okay, so this witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You may proceed with your questions about what she did in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we dive into the specifics of this case, in terms of the practices at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office, are you familiar with something called a medical examiner's number?
Yes.
And what is a medical examiner's number?
That is a second identifier that we use, similar to a medical record number, to ensure that we don't mix up decedent identification and also to ensure that all components of the case, such as the photographs and the report, end up in the same place.
Okay, and let's talk about reports in general. When you perform a postmortem examination, do you document your findings in some way?
Yes, mainly by writing a written report or an autopsy report or narrative, but also through photographs.
Okay, and in terms of photographs that are taken, do you take those photos yourself, or is there someone else employed at your office that takes photos during a postmortem examination?
We
At
have
Wayne County, we
glamour
have forensic
shots.
photographers who take our photos.
And is there a way to ensure that photos are identifiable to a specific case?
That's where our medical examiner number comes in. All of the photos have a label with the medical examiner number in them so that they are not mixed up with other cases.
Okay, and did you perform a postmortem examination on a decedent identified as Samantha Wall?
I did.
And did you document your findings in connection with that postmortem examination into a report?
I did.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 21. May I approach, Your Honor?
Even.
Does proposed exhibit 21 include a copy of the report that you made concerning the postmortem examination of Samantha Wall?
Yes.
And does that also include some drawings that were made in connection with that examination?
Yes.
And taken together, the report and the drawings contained in proposed exhibit 21, do those items fairly and accurately depict the work that you did in connection with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 21.
People's 21 will be admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good. Oh, welcome, Baker Raid.
In
Thank you
preparation
for the
your
donuts.
testimony, today, did I send you a subsection of autopsy photos to review?
Yes.
Welcome,
And,
Baker.
that selection of photos, were those,
And
those
Charlene
of
Grand
the
Central
autopsy of
Crafting, welcome.
Yes, they were from
Dinah
the time of the
Dot.
postmortem examination.
Okay.
Or Dinah Do, sorry,
and, I
420.
guess, just to clarify, it'd actually be before the autopsy, correct? During the external examination?
Correct.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict your observations when you did the examination of Miss Wool?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 22. Is it your understanding that those photos are on this disc?
Yes.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 22, Your Honor.
No objection.
People's 22 is admitted and you may publish those as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If anyone does not wish to see these
Oh,
photos from the autopsy.
thank you,
At this time. If you don't feel-
Dinah Do 420 for joining and subbing. Awesome.
Dr. Krim, just
So
starting with
the quick
your
sort of
report,
for the new people out here, and if you are on my channel, check out Broken Baker. He does a lot of current trials, and he is always on looking for new trials and being funny. This case, so this is the case of Michigan versus Michael Jackson-Bolanos. I call him MJB. The victim in this case was Samantha Wall. She was president of one of the bigger synagogues in Detroit. And thank you for the gifted memberships, Jariah. Let me write those down and possibly get them up. Butterfingers. Those went to Charlene Grand Central Crafting, Lefty, Spirit Flick, Janie J, and Pernilla. So congratulations. As with all things, I stole this from Baker and then made it my own with his permission. And it is just a lovely way to recognize all the people that support us on the channel. And it's really just a very sweet idea. And I love it because we would not be here without you guys watching. Well, I would be here probably crafting by myself, but I would not be here without you guys. Any hoozle. So this case, president of the local rabbi, she comes home from a wedding, gets attacked and stabbed around the face and neck area. From the evidence, it looks like she possibly, after a struggle, laid down in the hallway for a little bit and bled out just a bit, but regained consciousness and tried to walk out of her apartment to get help. But unfortunately, the blood lost and things like that. she just passed away. Now, the person on trial, Michael Jackson-Bolanos, did admit that he was out in that general area, a nice area of Detroit, um, going through cars, stealing things, but also possibly tagging cars for future thefts. So, in his story, what he told the police, because there was traces of blood found on his jacket from that night, they can, you know, going to they did wash the jacket, but there were traces of her blood. There were traces of her blood on the backpack. However, the state's theory is that Mr. Michael Jackson-Blano broke into her home, saw an opportunity through an unlocked door to go in and ransack the house and get more stolen items. However, there were none of his fingerprints found. It could be that he was wearing gloves, but there was a maybe minute to a minute and a half window with which he could do this crime, leave, and be seen fleeing the area on other CCT or CCTV footage. So this case was interesting to me. It is an adjudicated case. He was only charged for lying to police officers. The jury was deadlocked in all other of the charges, from first-degree murder to home invasion to assault, because she was battered as well. But there is also another big kink in this case. The ex-boyfriend, he was the dumpee, not the dumper. This was fairly recent. He called several days after the murder to a week, and while he blamed and a new antidepressant and well, not in my general term, but he called Kalamazoo police and confessed to feeling like he had unalived his girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend. Now, he will testify in this trial, and he does state that, it was the gummies that made him do it. The police have claimed that they've cleared him. With the evidence from the opening statement, the way that they cleared him was the fact that his phone did not move at all. And yeah, no, it's totally over prosecution. I think that the case was very politically charged. This happened right around the time of the October attacks on Israel, and to have a prominent Jewish leader killed in such a violent way. The FBI did investigate and said that there was no indication of there being a sort of religious or hate crime affiliation with this. But just the boyfriend or the ex-boyfriend, confessing, then not confessing, giving him blanket immunity for his testimony here. There are a lot of missing pieces. They don't have links to him inside the house. The house has many valuables right in the open, a wallet right by the door, an a MacBook, on the table, a bunch of car keys. I mean, none of that was taken. So for me, this looks like a more of a personal attack. This looks like, my theory of this case, not being a detective or even a cop, Dumpy decides to come over because they were leaving a wedding, and, he got all the romantic feels back and he wants to get back together. He was not the one that initiated the breakup. He, kind of slips into the door and begs her to talk as she's coming home. The keys are placed in sort of right by the door, like she just threw them down. She had her jacket on still. So that's what leads me to think that whoever, tried to get into her door maybe caught her as she was going in. Again, these are just wild speculation. He's begging for this relationship to come back. Come on, babe, please. She firmly tells him no. He snaps. she falls in the hallway. The person probably believes that he has, unalived her, and he flees the scene. There were some footprints, bare footprints that were found in the blood. Those were not, they couldn't be ruled out as her own footprints as she was fighting. There were some separate footprints that went out to the door, but I don't know that they've linked them to anything. I would encourage you to go back and look at the opening statements. The state's case is just very, very weak. I don't know if this was a rush to prosecute because this was such a high profile case, but it does seem like it kind of went, they kind of went, in with this sort of reckless abandon, hoping that, the fact that this man was stealing in things from cars and maybe has a criminal past, even though it wasn't brought in, uh, that they would get a conviction. But there are not a lot of links, and there is incredible amount of doubt. Now, I will say that the defense attorney is zealous. He is a pit bull. He does have one mode, and that is assertive aggressive. And you guys will have to see, if you do replay crew, we had the world's most millennial man bun man who got very triggered about, possibly his morals being questioned. And he thought it was a group therapy section and not a courtroom. So he kept saying, he's making me look bad. He's characterizing me as being heartless. Now, as I've caught you up with all this, this is the medical examiner. We are going to get into the kind of nuts and bolts and maybe the more hard and difficult testimony of, how this person passed away. So I do want to warn you about that. We will not be seeing pictures because I believe that there was an order to not show anything gory to the media. This is local media. Yeah, he literally pouted on stand. I have never seen anything close to a millennial cry meltdown in court like I did with Man Bun. Also, beware, he is a fan of Garmin. If you watch Timcast, he reminds me of Ian Crossland. And why he doesn't bring up graphene, he did talk about his Garmin as if it was in a throuple with him and his significant other. So there you go. I've caught you up on all the shenanigans thus far. As for the project I am doing, no shock, no shame. Definitely a Sailor Moon, another one. So at least it's not walking, hiking visualizer. But that's the one I did. I'll maybe set it as a premiere. I do have date night tonight, and I'm trying to be nice to Mr. Mo because he helped me move my office. Although, okay, you guys, in total first world problems, and don't tell Mr. Mo because hopefully he doesn't watch this. But he moved around some figures that I spent way more than he ever needs to know that I spent for these Sailor Moon figures. So I'm hoping I can find them, because if not, I have to confess how much I spent on them, regardless of quad pay making it cheaper. So there you go. That's everything that's happened thus far.
Been admitted as Exhibit 21. Just looking at the top of page 1, what sort of information do we glean from the very top sort of heading section of the report?
Well, the top heading has
Thank
the
you,
name
Zach.
and address of our office, and then there are also boxes that have the name of the forensic pathologist that performed the exam. That would be me. Where they performed it, that would be at the office. Who I performed the exam on, so the decedent's name is in that
You
box.
better not tell
and then
Mr.
the date that I performed the exam.
And what was the date that you performed the exam?
October 21st, 2023.
And what is the medical examiner case number associated with this case?
It's 23-12996.
And when you examined Ms. Wool in terms of the external examination, did you observe injuries to her?
Yes.
And are those injuries documented in this report?
Yes.
And if we start with just the section that indicates sharp force wounds, does that summarize a certain type of injury that you observed?
Yes.
And what is that type of injury that you observed?
Those would be sharp force injuries, which are injuries caused by anything that has a sharp and pointed end.
And how many such injuries did you observe on this wall?
There were 8.
And if we go down to the drawings toward the end of the report, does that, on the final page, does that show the locations of the 8 wounds?
Yes.
And in terms of the numbering of these wounds, numbers 1 through 8, is there any significance to the numbering of the wounds from your perspective?
No, they're arbitrarily numbered.
And just to be clear, as part of your capabilities, are you able to say?
I feel the same way, Scott McGinnis. I try to be nice. I'm like, sir, I love that you are a nearly 40-year-old hippie who has life dreams of graphene, but could you stay anywhere near the orbit of on topic because you were driving me nuts? I can take Ian in small doses.
About
I'll be
the possible
honest.
Sequence of these wounds.
No.
And why is that?
There's no way to determine the order in which wounds were inflicted based on an exam.
Okay, and starting with what's been labeled as sharp force wound number 1, where was that located?
So that was located on the left chin.
And how about sharp force wound number 2?
That was located on the anterior neck, so the front mid portion of the neck.
And how about sharp force wounds number 3 through 5?
Those were all to the left side of the neck.
And sharp force wounds number 6 and 7?
Those were both to parts of the scalp or the head.
She really
And
is.
sharp force wound number 8?
That one
No,
was to the back of the neck / upper back.
And I just want to walk through each of these wounds. So if we go back to the first page of your report, do you start giving a description of each of these wounds?
Yes.
It's her
And-
superpower.
Tell the jury about the nature of the wound that you described as sharp force wound 1.
So there are different categories of sharp force injury. Most common are stab versus incised wounds. Stab wounds are any wounds that are deeper than they are long, and incised wounds are longer than they are deep. So anything I described as an incised wound could potentially be an aborted stab wound, but because it was wider than it was deep, I called it an incised wound. So sharp force wound number 1 was an incised wound to the left chin.
Okay, and I just want to go to Exhibit 22 briefly. If we go to,
And here is the other point that I put out, and I posit as this being a much more personal case, a much more personal attack. To stab someone in the face and neck is very up close and personal. It is very, very destructive. You are essentially destroying their personality, their visage, what people see every day. You are taking that and desecrating that. I mean, it's kind of like it's a very personal up close attack. And I'm not discounting that a robber, or as my youngest, most feral would say, a robbler who came in with a weapon wouldn't attack it in the same way. But it does lend credence to, it is what it is. I'm working on my background. We moved my entire office and area around, and poor Nick got to use my office, bedroom / guest room in various states of construction. No, it's not cows, it's my murder board. So it's got all sorts of newspapers and tags because it goes with my theme of murderosity. Okay, come on, rolly chair. Do your work. Don't make me stand. And then all of the once the board gets full, they all go into every super chat, gifted membership tag goes into this, and I'll put a 2024 on it, and it lights up because I'm a nerd. And Amazon tricks me every time. It's like, it light up and glow. Shut up and send me money. But there you go. Tangent averted.
Go to page 23 of exhibit 23. I'm sorry, exhibit 22. Are you able to see sharp force wound number 1 in this image?
Yes.
And of the 2 wounds depicted in this image, which wound is sharp force wound number 1?
That would be the one that's higher up in the image, the one that's on the chin.
And how deep was that specific wound?
That wound was approximately 0.2 inches in depth.
Okay. And if we go back to your report, exhibit 21, for purposes of sharp force wound number 2, tell the jury about sharp force wound number 2.
So that was a stab wound on the midline anterior neck. So again, the middle front portion of the neck. And that wound track proceeded from the externally visible injury through several of the muscles in the neck, also through the thyroid cartilage, which is a structure in your neck. It's the Adam's apple is what is comprised of the thyroid cartilage, and then ended in a part of the airway called the larynx.
Now, did that particular wound, let me ask you this first, how deep was that specific wound?
That wound was 2 to 3 inches in depth.
And did that particular wound have contact with any sort of, or impact on any sort of significant parts of Miss Wool's circulatory system?
Yes, it didn't penetrate any of the major vessels in the neck, but many of the branching vessels were severed due to the injury.
Okay, and when you say major vessels in the neck, what are the major vessels that are in the human neck?
There's the internal and external jugular vein, which drain the majority of the blood from your head to your heart. And then there's the carotid artery.
So what James Bond, what the defendant stated after he lied several times to the police officers and they came back with this evidence is that he was getting ready to go to another part of this higher end area of Detroit, downtown. He comes across this, woman in obvious distress on her front lawn. He reaches down, feels her neck. She was wearing a dark colored jacket. It was dark. It was the middle of the night towards maybe 3 or 4 o'clock. The timeline is a little bit muddled because we're not quite sure when she made it out. They do have sort of ADT ideas and guesstimates, but we're not quite sure. But he claims that he reached over her. She was sort of in a according to his testimony, when he admitted he was there, he felt for a pulse, realized that she was dead, and hauled behind out. Yes, I just realized I touched my mic. Thank you, Wolfram. I love my chat. They help me out so much. I don't ever know when I'm muted. So that's how he has explained away this thing. The other problem is even if he watched the jacket, if you have any sort of neck wound, how much, or a head wound in general, those bleed a lot. You are going to have spraying blood. Even though it was 6 weeks after the crime that they picked up MJB, his hands didn't have injuries to them. Generally, in a knife fight, if there is not a handle grip or Uh, one of the guard things, there's a name for it and I'm forgetting it right now. I watch Shadiversity. I should know these things at least slightly. It is very easy for an assailant during a knife crime to also injure themselves. Think Joel Guy Jr., think Chandler Halderson. But it is very easy when a knife is slippery if it doesn't have a guard on it to accidentally cut yourself. Now, I don't know if they looked at the ex's hands, but that's another thing that makes me feel like this is much more personal and definitely, there is something hinky going on. There is something off with this. I I see a very odd jump between a relatively low risk crime, late at night looking through cars, you know, you're relatively low risk, you're inside gated garages, to going to a high risk crime, attempting to go into a home and commit a robbery when it is very assured that people are generally going to be home at 1 o'clock. That just, it doesn't quite make sense to me, but like I said, these are wild speculations. These are, ramblings from a fake redhead on the internet. So there you go.
Which brings the blood from the heart up to the brain.
And you said those major blood vessels were still intact,
Yes.
and were they penetrated at all?
No.
Okay. But smaller blood vessels were hit?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to Exhibit 22 and specifically page 1 of Exhibit 22, are you able to see sharp force wounds?
That is also
number
another
2 in this
possibility.
photo?
Yes.
And a very
And
good catch,
where is that
Wolfram. I didn't think of
located?
that.
It's located just above the label in this photo.
Okay. And if we go back to your report, Exhibit 21, can you tell the jury about what you observed in connection with the wounds that you noted as sharp force wounds number 3, 4, and 5?
Have a wonderful day. Thank you
Yes,
for
sharp force
joining
wounds 3,
Dinah
4, and
Do
5 were
420,
clustered together on
and
the left
have a
side of the
safe,
neck.
wonderful time
Um,
adulting.
The most superior wound, so the one closest to
Hold
the
on. Somebody's phone is going off. Everyone, please make sure your phones are muted.
Judge Edith is back.
that wound, and it went through some of the muscles in the neck and then ended in a part of the spine, the C4, C5 cervical vertebrae. So that's the portion of your spine that's in your neck.
And again, in terms of these particular wounds, 3 through 5, did any of these wounds impact any of the sort of major blood vessels in Miss Wool's cardiovascular system?
No.
And if we go back to the photos, and specifically page 27 of Exhibit 22, are sharp force wounds 3 through 5 visible in this photo?
Yes.
And what was the depth of these particular wounds?
So the wound at the top of the image is sharp force wound number 3, which was a stab wound, and that one was 4 to 6 inches in depth. And then the other 2 were incised wounds. So there wasn't much penetration into the soft tissues of the neck. So between 0.2 and 0.5 inches.
Okay, and in terms of all of the wounds taken together, what was the deepest of the wounds?
And the deepest was sharp force wound number 3. So that one closest to the top of the image.
Okay. And if we go back to your report, Exhibit 21 on page 1, can you tell the jury what sharp force wound number 6 consisted of?
Yes, that was an incised wound to the left occipitoparietal scalp. So that's like towards the back top of the head on the left side.
She
And,
works with dead people.
Can you describe just sort of the types of tissue that wound had an impact on?
There was associated bleeding in the scalp and also a membrane that covers the top of your skull. So we call that subgaleal hemorrhage. So scalp and subgaleal hemorrhage was associated with that wound.
So would that wound have penetrated through the skull?
No, it went through the skin but did not penetrate the skull.
Okay. And how about sharp force wound number 7? Can you tell the jury about that particular wound?
So that wound was to the left occipital scalp, which again is the left back of the head. And that wound track went through the skin and then perforated the left occipital bone. So it's the bone underlying that part of the scalp. And then ended in something called the epidural space, which is a space that's around.
I mean, these were incredibly devastating blows. I mean, the fact that a knife blow would cause basically a brain bruise, you went so hard that it went through not only the scalp, the skull, but then you have kind of a protective membrane that creates the blood-brain barrier. So she had bleeding under that. So the force around these blows were absolutely just incredible amount of force. Yes, so it was literally all in the face, neck, and back of the head. These are incredibly up close and personal, places to attack, in my opinion. It was brutal. She fought back. There was evidence of a struggle. And my heart breaks for the victim's family because we know already the verdict. We know that the jury could not convict or didn't feel that they could convict on the murder charge, the breaking and entering charge, and the assault charge. And the problem with this is now, if they ever do find another suspect, the fact that they brought this man to trial is also reasonable doubt because they tried to convict someone else. And I wish they would have waited and really found a good case, good evidence before they rushed this through. Because my heart does go out to the victims. I know that they probably are suffering terribly with this outcome. But I also don't want an innocent person that we can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt to go to jail, regardless of the fact that I don't like that he was, stealing from cars and generally being a thief.
Your brain.
And so did that wound go through the skull?
It did.
Okay. And in terms of wounds 6 and 7, how deep were those 2 wounds?
Wound 6 was also superficial, so 0.3 inches. And sharp force wound 7, that would be about 2 centimeters, which is closer to 0.5 to 0.8 inches.
And if we go back to the photo.
So, not having deeply researched or understanding the political and maybe religious winds at the time in Detroit, I can say that it seems like it was a terrible investigation. They have yet to bring on a lead investigator, but it seemed like there was just a cabal, a little group of detectives that were all over the crime scene, kind of higgledy-piggledy picking out what they wanted it to test, what they wanted to look at. But it didn't seem like, from what the state has shown so far, that there was a head person there making sure that, every sort of part of this crime scene was covered. There were a multitude of outside agencies that were helping in this case. You had the FBI who did sort of photography on the footprints and shoe print that they found in the blood. But It really seemed like everyone was trying to be a chief and there were no Indians, if that is even politically correct to say. I don't know. Any hoozle. It really does seem like it was a chaotic scene and they didn't have, well, we can only hope. Although I hope Dalton gets a better mayor next time. But it does seem like a combination of the political winds wanting a resolution to this case quickly, finding a convenient person that they thought maybe they could attach to this tangentially, and then through just stacking things on top of each other, they could get a conviction. It does not seem like this was a good investigation to start out with from what I've seen. Well, true. What is? Who knows? As Wolfram puts it so succinctly, the state has offered a double Whopper, but so far has only delivered a single chicken nugget without dipping sauce, which should be illegal. So that's kind of where we are in this case. There was a lot of talk of how things were going to be put together and proven, but it's been a lot of bluster and random.
Goes on exhibit 22, and in particular page 28. Are you able to see sharp force wounds 6 and 7
Yes.
in this photo?
Yes.
And where are those wounds located?
So sharp force wound number 6 is more towards the left side of the photo. And then sharp force wound number 7 would be the one right below it to the right in this photo.
Now, to the extent that those wounds are exposed, were they like that when you first received Miss Wool's body?
No. To document the injuries better, we will shave the area around the wound if there's hair present so that we can see the wound better.
And do you also clean the area surrounding the wound?
Yes.
And in terms of the final sharp force wound, going back to exhibit 21, can you describe for the jury what sharp force wound number 8 is?
So that was an incised wound to the left back of the neck. So, yeah.
Okay. And again, if we go back to exhibit 22, page 28, is that visible in that image?
Yes.
And where is that particular wound?
That would be the injury that's right above the label, the one that's furthest to the right.
I will say that this defense attorney, regardless of if you like his style, he is aggressive, assertive, maybe a little more confrontational than I would be comfortable being. But he is doing a great job of showing that the state has a very flimsy case. And I think he did a good job of introducing doubt, obviously. So it is interesting I may not personally be comfortable with how he is very aggressive and very assertive, but he is good and he is a pit bull, which is what you want for your defense attorney if the state's trying to lock you up for life. You want someone that's going to hold the state to all of their burden. Good afternoon, JKD Buck. Thank you for joining. It's an interesting case, though. You did miss Man Bun, so you may have to, be part of the replay crew. I'll pull up a little bit towards the end of the day. I'm probably going to go another hour
Right in this image.
for today,
Okay.
and then I have to pick up feral children.
So, in terms of the breakdown again, what's the breakdown between incised wounds and deeper wounds here? How many were incised wounds? How many were deeper wounds?
So 2 of the wounds were deeper. A third wound is kind of intermediate, the one to the head that went through the skull, but did not penetrate the protective membranes around the brain or the brain itself. And then the rest were incised wounds.
And in terms of your examination of Miss Wool, did you see evidence of other injuries on her?
There were some blunt force injuries as well.
And
I keep forgetting, but I get 5 memberships I get to gift out. So I gifted those out today. What I still remembered. So those went to Dweez, JKD Buck, Sarah's Worldwide Fan, Danny T, and Atheist and. You guys have to remind me if it's fairly deep into a month and I've forgotten that I can give these out. Remind me because I love gifting memberships now that I know I can do it. And it is very fun for me. So I'm like, oh yeah, I can gift memberships too. I am so cool.
can you describe what those injuries were like?
So she had bruises on her forehead as well as near her left eye. And then she also had bruises on her right elbow, left wrist, right thigh, left thigh, a couple on the left thigh, left leg, and right leg, as well as clusters of bruises on both of the knees and on the left big toe. And then there were abrasions or scrapes on the left elbow and bilateral knees.
And in terms of these additional bruises or abrasions, were any of those significant in terms of your overall conclusions or finding in connection with this postmortem examination?
No, all of those injuries were superficial, so they would not have directly contributed to cause of death.
Okay. And I just want to go through a couple of more of the photos. So if we look at Exhibit 22, page 2, can we see any injury in this image?
It's a little difficult in this lighting, but there is a contusion on her forehead.
Okay. And the next page, page 3, is that a kind of close-up of that?
Yes.
And if we go to
I'm definitely
page
feeling
4,
that.
what do we see here?
These are more bruises.
Okay. And
Maybe, could you give her the pointer to point, since it is a little hard with some of these?
sure. There is a pointer right underneath here. If you could.
Just because some of that is hard to see. If you could go back to.
If only we were in Futurama and they had the thing longer.
Going back to page 2,
Professor
can you-
Farnsworth.
Can you point to the jury where the
Thank you to the one person that laughed at that.
Yes, it's right here.
and again on page 3, can you point it out on that page?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And then page 4, you mentioned obviously that's more visible, correct?
Right here.
And how about page 6?
So clusters of bruises with an abrasion right here.
Okay. And is that what are we looking at on page 6?
So this is the, I believe, left elbow.
Okay. And page 7?
This is another bruise right here.
Okay. And page 8, is that a close-up of that image?
Yes.
Page 9, was there any bruising or injury apparent?
I have been shocked at how good the camera person has been today at not focusing on the family. I think maybe the judge did say something about focusing on the family during emotionally charged moments, and obviously this would be a incredibly emotionally charged moment. The first day of trial, they were doing a lot of focusing on the victim's family in almost a voyeuristic way, almost like we were waiting for them to perform some sort of grief, performance. It was really gross, and I think maybe they did get a talking to about it.
On her hands?
No.
How about page 12? What does that show us?
This is a picture of her right knee.
And page 13, is that just a close-up of that?
I believe so.
And page 20, are we looking at the other knee now?
Yes.
Okay. And then back to the, I guess, the other injury photos. Again, page 23, what are the two injuries that are present here again?
So this is sharp force wound 1 and sharp force wound 2.
Okay. And page 25, does that just give a close-up of sharp force wound 2?
Yes.
And how about page 26? Which wounds are visible primarily in that photo?
This is sharp force wound 3, 4, and 5.
And does page 27 just give a close-up of those 3 wounds?
It does.
And how about page 29? Which 3 wounds are visible there?
This is sharp force wound 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. Now, are there
Welcome, fellow
types of
Dale
stab
Gribble
wounds,
person.
where, based on the nature of the wound, you would expect blood to spurt out forcefully from a wound?
Yes, typically wounds that involve an artery would be expected to have a spray because arteries are a high pressure vessel.
Okay, and in terms of these 8 sharp force wounds observed here, did you see any wounds that would, in your sort of training experience, make you expect to have seen significant spurting of blood?
No.
Okay, and why?
Okay,
is that?
I was wrong.
Well, the major vessel, as I mentioned in the neck, that would cause spurting would be the carotid artery, and that was not penetrated. So the vessels that were penetrated by the weapon would be smaller branching vessels. So some of those would have been arteries, but since they're a lot smaller in size, I wouldn't expect them to have the same kind of spurt as a carotid artery penetration.
Based on these types of wounds, is
Yes,
there
she
anything
did,
you can
Lexi.
say about how long an individual who sustained these types of wounds might have been able to survive after the wounds were inflicted?
Yes. I mean, it would be it's highly variable depending on the individual's characteristics, and the order that the wounds were inflicted would have also played a role in that. But in this case, there are 2 kind of mechanisms for death. One is the bleeding that would have been caused by the severing of those smaller vessels. And for reference, if one of the larger vessels had been cut, that would be, or veins had been cut, that would be about 5 minutes. So in this case, I would expect less than an hour, but longer than 5 minutes. And then the other issue would be compromise of her ability to breathe. So because she was bleeding into the soft tissues of her neck, there was a collection of blood that formed called a hematoma. And so that would have exerted external pressure on her airway, making it more difficult to get air through. She also had a direct injury to a part of her airway, which might have impaired her ability to breathe. And then the wounds were also associated with something called hemoaspiration. So that's where blood goes down the airway and into the lung and essentially causes like drowning, but blood instead of water. And so altogether, if the airway is
Ooh,
compromised,
I will have to put that
and
on my
oxygen isn't
to-watch
getting to the
list.
brain, that would take about 5 to 10 minutes. But again,
I feel ya.
depending on
I'm
other
politically
variables that
homeless,
might
but have common
be increased
sense.
or decreased.
It's confusing.
And as a follow-up to that, based on the nature of the wounds, if the victim had survived for some period of time after the wounds inflicted, would the wounds have impacted her mobility at all? I mean, was there any damage to, let's say, like the spinal cord or something like that?
While one of the wounds entered the spinal canal, there was no direct damage to the spinal cord, so I wouldn't have expected that injury to cause impaired mobility. And there were no direct wounds to her extremities, so I wouldn't have expected that to impair mobility. Depending on how fast there was blood loss or how fast the airway became compromised. Less blood to the brain means you start to get confused. Less blood to the muscles means that you're not able to utilize them the way you want to. So I would expect over time her mobility would have been impaired, but not necessarily as soon as the wounds were inflicted.
In the sort of immediate aftermath of the wounds, would you have expected her to be able to potentially stumble around?
Potentially, yes.
And you mentioned in terms of sharp force wound number 2 to the neck, that there was some damage to the larynx. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the larynx?
So the larynx is a part of your airway, upper part of your airway, and it has aspects that help to control, prevent food from going down your airway, pushing it to the esophagus. It's also where your vocal cords live.
And was there any damage to her vocal cords in connection with sharp force wound 2 or any of the other wounds?
There was no direct damage to her vocal cords.
Based on the nature of the damage to the larynx, after sustaining these wounds, would you have expected her to be able to speak?
Based on my knowledge of physiology, I would expect some impact on her ability to speak. Even though there was no direct damage to the vocal cords, the subsequent inflammatory reaction can cause swelling that impairs the ability to speak. Also, as I mentioned, there was that hemoaspiration, so blood was going down the airway, so that also might have impacted her ability to speak. Also in the area of these wounds is something called the laryngeal nerve, and so that also is what helps you to speak. And so if that had been impaired at all, it can lead to hoarseness or even complete loss of the voice.
Based on the nature of these wounds, is there anything definitive that you can say about the type of sharp object that was used to inflict these wounds?
Nothing definitive.
And what are sort of the limitations at play that restrict you from being able to say anything definitive about that?
The main issue being able to say anything definitive about that is how elastic human tissue is. Save for bone, the organs and tissues are pretty stretchy. So if somebody plunges a knife into a body, for example, it can cause distortion of the tissues, making the wound track longer than the actual blade is. Also, if a weapon isn't plunged all the way into the body, that can make it appear as though the weapon is shorter than it actually is.
And are you familiar with wound characteristics that differ based on whether a sharp force instrument has a straight blade versus a serrated blade?
Yes, you can't always tell the difference between a sharp force injury inflicted by a non-serrated knife versus a serrated knife. Sometimes in cases where a serrated knife is used, you can see abrasions or those scrapes around the wound, and they'll be patterned similar to the striations. But in this case, I didn't see anything like that.
And so would these types of wounds be more consistent with being the result of a straight bladed sharp force object or a serrated sharp force object?
Again, you can't really tell without those abrasions pointing definitively to a serrated knife, but in this case, I would say there's no evidence that a serrated knife was used.
And similarly, are you familiar with differences in wound characteristics based on whether the sharp force object has a one-sided blade or a two-sided blade?
Sometimes you can see on the wounds that one end of the wound will be blunt and the other end will be pointed. But I didn't see those characteristics consistently across these wounds. So I would not be able to say whether or not the weapon was double-edged or single-edged.
Okay. And in terms of the bruising that you observed, you mentioned that it wasn't contributory to your ultimate conclusions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the concept known as a terminal fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what a terminal fall is?
So if somebody is in a standing position when they die or when they fall unconscious because they're around the time of their death, then gravity will take over usually, and they'll hit the ground. And when they hit the ground, because they are either around the time of death or freshly dead, they can get blunt force injuries due to that fall.
And where would you typically expect to see blunt force injuries from a terminal fall?
You can expect to see them on the face, particularly over bony prominences like the brow. You can also see them on your extremities, so things like your knees and your elbows. But it really depends on how you fall. Any sort of bony prominence, like your hip, if that hits first, you could also see a bruise over that as well.
And in terms of the injuries you observed on Miss Wool's face, are any of those injuries consistent or inconsistent with injuries that could have been sustained by a terminal fall?
They're consistent with injuries that could have been sustained in a terminal fall.
And
Does
in terms
Garmin
of
have a feature for
injuries,
that?
The blunt force injuries on your elbows and knees, same question. Are those injuries consistent or inconsistent with a terminal fall?
They could also be consistent with a terminal fall.
Did you see any injuries on her consistent with her having sustained significant beating from blunt force?
No.
And in terms of your analysis in this case, did you reach a final opinion as to the cause of Miss Wool's death?
Yes.
And what was the cause of her death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And in terms of your analysis in this case, did you reach an opinion as to the manner of Miss Wool's death?
Yes.
And what was the manner of Miss Wool's death?
Homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good
I'm sorry,
afternoon.
Judge, there's one issue I forgot to ask about. It's-
Oh, since he hasn't started yet, I'll let you.
I'm very sorry. Doctor, are you familiar with, as part of the process of a postmortem examination, is blood collected at the morgue?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of collecting blood during a postmortem examination?
Usually it's to look for any toxicological findings that may have contributed to death, but we can also take blood samples for things like DNA analysis.
Okay, and what's the general process for collecting a victim's blood at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
It's dependent on the type of case, but at Wayne County, we utilize autopsy technicians. And so they're the ones that do the dissection of the body and then remove the organs. And then I'm the one who examines all of the organs. And then I go back and look at the tissues that remain in the body. But while the autopsy techs are doing the dissection, they will collect blood samples. Usually we try to get it from one of the peripheral vessels, so the ones that are going to your leg. But in cases where there's been a lot of trauma, for example, we might have to take blood that's been collected in a cavity somewhere or directly from the heart.
And when the blood is taken, how is that stored for future use at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
So as soon as the sample's taken,
Next to
a label's
lunches.
put on it, and then it is packaged into FedEx boxes. And then those FedEx boxes are sent to the reference laboratory that we use for toxicology testing.
And when that blood is taken and labeled, will that label contain the medical examiner's office number for the specific case?
Yes.
And as far as you know, was that process followed here for securing some of Miss Wool's blood?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
You sure?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Good afternoon again, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, you're the doctor who did the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you authored the report yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as to the different sharp force wounds, you testified today about potential depth of the wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever document that particular opinion in your report of the actual depth of the wound?
No.
Okay.
That would
Is
be
there a
something you
particular
should
reason
document.
why you did not document the actual depth of the wound in your report?
Depths of wounds in these types of cases are estimates at best.
Okay. So
Estimates at best.
okay, so you're estimating as of today what the depth of the wound is that on the autopsy you performed 8 to 9 months ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how many autopsies have you done since then?
Oh, since then?
Yes.
I don't know.
Ballpark.
Okay, so here, this is a little disingenuous. She's already explained through her direct testimony that, okay, should you be a little Midwestern fluffy like me, maybe retaining a couple boxes of Mike and Ike's, your skin is not concrete. It's not, if I poke my arm, it's going to indent. So if you have enough force, that instrument is going to look a lot longer because the skin has been compressed with that force. So yes, it is basically an estimate. Now he is taking this in the most terrible, light possible, which is his due, or his prerogative. But she did explain this concept on direct. He is just willfully ignoring reality.
I don't know.
Okay. A substantial number.
Yeah.
So when you're just looking at these pictures, you're just looking and you're trying to remember what the depth was, or are you just guessing, or help us come to some conclusion on how you're coming to this opinion?
In preparation for my testimony, I was asked about approximate depth of the wounds. And so that's when I approximated the depth of the wounds based on what structures were penetrated by the wound tracks.
Okay. And you were asked these questions today, correct?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I was asked these questions today, but it was not the first time I was asked these
Okay.
questions.
In preparation of your testimony today, were you asked what the depths were prior to you testifying?
Yes.
Okay.
That does seem like something she would have
And prior
estimated,
today,
even though
were you
it's not
asked-
a
prior
hard
to your testimony today, as of today, were you asked any questions on whether or not the respiratory system was compromised today?
Prior to today or
Prior
today?
Today,
Yes.
prior to your testimony, were you asked any questions about whether or not the respiratory system was compromised?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that in your report, you indicate that the larynx and the trachea were unremarkable, correct?
I believe you're now referring to the internal portion of my examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So there's a paragraph just after the heading of internal examination. The last sentence of that paragraph is, except for the above previously described injuries, the internal systems were as follows. Since the larynx penetration was described in the injury section, I did not repeat that description in the internal examination portion.
Okay. But just to be clear, when you indicate that something's unremarkable, that means that it's not impacted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just help me find on the report where it indicates that I guess the smaller vessels were, I believe you indicated they were severed.
Yes, I mean, when we're doing a dissection, the smaller branches of vessels are not traceable. And so based on the presence of hemorrhage, you can deduce that vessels were severed.
Okay, but that's not documented in your report that you believe that certain vessels are severed, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, today, when you're testifying, it's the first time you ever gave that opinion that you felt that vessels or smaller vessels were severed in this body, correct?
No.
Okay, so just to be clear, you never indicated.
He is making a good point because the state does have this hurdle. I was not knowledgeable enough. She did indicate that the small branching vessels that he cut would not spew, but you've got to fight that, jury instinct to think you get cut in the neck. It is like Hollywood, it's the Addams Family, theater scene, and there's blood just spraying everywhere. Oh, gesticulating Mo, not the greatest thing. 1 second, I've got a knock on the door. I'm going to keep this going.
In your report, you felt that vessels were severed, correct?
I never said that directly, yes.
Okay. And as a medical examiner, your way of communicating your opinion is through your report, correct?
Primarily.
Okay. And the purpose of your report is to be, I guess one of the objectives of your report is to be as detailed as possible, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason to be detailed is for this is a very in-depth process, and you may not remember every single step or finding you may have done for an autopsy that preceded any testimony you may be given in court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the respiratory system, which I assume, I'm not a doctor, but I assume your lungs are part of the respiratory system, correct?
They are.
Okay. Was there any sampling done for like a microscopic assessment of the lungs?
No.
Okay. And had that been done, it could have maybe provided you some information to, I guess, the degree of the lungs failing, for lack of a better word, correct? Or whether or not they failed in this particular situation, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
If you would have done this assessment, this microscopic assessment of the lungs, it could have provided you with some information or some guidance as to whether or not this individual's lungs failed or filled up with blood, or they suffocated on their blood, correct?
In this case, the histologic findings would have merely corroborated what I saw with my naked eye.
Okay. But just to be clear, had you done the assessment, it could have provided you with some additional information, correct? As far as the condition of the lungs or a potential cause of death, as far as maybe suffocation, asphyxiation, so on and so forth, correct?
She put that down in her.
No, histology
in her
would
draft.
not have provided additional information.
It would not have? Okay. Would it provided you with maybe the process or the time of the onset of the victim's respiratory function compromise, any compromise of the respiratory system?
Histology is to look at anatomy, and that would be physiology, which is the function, and you can't study physiology once somebody is no longer functioning, aka dead.
Okay, so if you get a microscopic assessment, it wouldn't give you some type of clarity of possibly what happened?
No.
You didn't see anything on the body as far as stab wounds on the hands or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, which could have indicated defensive wounds possibly?
Those could indicate defensive type injuries, yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that there were contusions on the face or bruising on the face, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And could those bruises, in your opinion, been conducive or consistent with somebody being hit in the face?
Possibly.
So just to be clear, the bruising on the face was not inconsistent with blunt force to the face, correct?
In fact, it means there was some sort of blunt force trauma to the face.
And by that, when I mean blunt force, that's
Okay, dingus.
done by another actor opposed to a terminal fall.
Well, blunt force is any trauma that is incurred due to a blunt, not sharp object. So the ground would also induce blunt force trauma.
Okay, so this to be clear, the wounds you saw were not inconsistent with somebody getting hit in the face by another person.
Yes, I love
correct?
you very
Correct.
much, you attention whore.
You also indicated that you couldn't say definitively whether or not these wounds came from a single-sided sharp item or a double-sided, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because you said the wound patterns weren't consistent enough for you to make that determination?
Correct.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, you also indicated that there was not enough information to definitively say whether or not the wounds were done with a straight edge sharp item or a serrated sharp item, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now you indicated that if there was a severing of the carotid artery, there would have been some type of projection of blood because it'd be under pressure, correct?
Generally, that's what you see, yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that, from your opinion, there were smaller vessels or veins that were severed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also stated that they might not have the same type of spurt as if the carotid artery was severed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But would it be fair to
No,
say that there would be
JKD
some type of spurt?
This has been his general tone. I think he is simply more assertive and more maybe aggressive tonally than I would choose to be. But this seems to just be his baseline during cross. At first, I thought it was maybe that he didn't like certain witnesses, but he seems to have this general demeanor, this sort of pit bull defense attorney, going to catch you in, trying to shade the facts incorrectly. That seems to be the tone he takes with every witness, regardless of them being just people that called 911 when they came across the victim, to man bun guy who tested everyone's patience. So I can understand him. Do not do it. Pretty much. He definitely does have that sort of, you are all trying to lie to me, let me figure it out. But here's the problem when you are a lawyer who's maybe researched certain things, but you're not an expert in medical things. You can read disparate articles, you can look up theories, but and he probably did research. He does seem like he's a prepared defense attorney, but you can't know unless you work and practice medicine and understand that, yes, taking slides of the lungs isn't going to give you any more information, because it's basically it's not like a levels test. And that's something that I think lawyers kind of struggle with when they go up against experts, unless they have some degree of training in that. And she's doing a good job of setting the record straight, of doing that. True, probably he was more worried that people would think he was a bad person. If you don't watch, I will clip that out. I am again following Baker and going to be doing a shenanigans reel, but oh my goodness, the man bun witness, I will try to cut that out and make it its own video, because oh dear Bob, So if you see a video that says trial man bun on trial, it's going to be the same exact footage you can get from this live, but it's just going to be man bun man crying softly because his, awesome white knight points are being taken away. And no one's listening to his feelings and validating his life view, his truth.
Maybe not to the same degree, but maybe a lesser degree of spurting from those vessels being severed, correct?
Possibly.
And just to be clear, I'm not a doctor, of course, obviously. If that possibility actually happened, the blood would project out forward, correct?
As long as nothing was blocking the wound, yes.
Okay.
Dingus, are you having fun?
Now, you try to make an assessment as far as how long you think it could have been possible for a person to, I guess, live after sustaining these wounds. Is it possible that, because you indicated that no major artery was severed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it possible that an individual could live maybe an hour and a half or something after the wounds were?
Generally, I would expect less than an hour given these types of wounds, but I only see patients that have these wounds who are already dead. So a live people doctor who sees these types of injuries in survivors would be more apt to answer that question.
Okay. So
All right, we're cutting that too. I need to get my notepad of things we're cutting. I'll just have to use a tag because a live people doctor. Dear Lord. I love her. She is like full F deficit. Look, I work with the dead. I have no idea. She might just have become my favorite sarcastic smart butt, even with the vocal fry.
as far as you don't know if it's possible or not for a person to sustain these wounds, possibly fall down, pass out for an hour and some change or more, get up, and stumble outside. Could that be a possibility?
Highly unlikely, but a possibility.
Okay. It's not against the laws of physics or possibilities, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh my God, we've lurched into statistics and probabilities. Told that there would be no math in lawyering.
If the depth of the wound is documented, could that give us some type of insight, possibly on the type of force that was used to deliver these wounds?
No.
You said no?
No.
Okay. What about wounds on the skull, on the top of the head?
No.
You said no? Okay. Do you ever document the depth of the wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Under what circumstances do you document the depth of the wounds?
I usually document the depth of the wounds when they're in areas of the body where it's easier to get a precise measurement.
Thank you for
Okay.
being a
And
member
which
for
is
7 months,
force, like,
Phoenix Fire. The
people
Church of Mo
with
appreciates you
positions
so
or
very much.
areas on the body, in your opinion, would be easier to get an estimation of the depth?
Regions like the chest, for example.
The chest? Okay. And what distinguishes the chest from, say, the neck or the top of the head in this easiness of delivering or estimating the depth of the wound?
Well, the neck in particular, It's pretty elastic versus the area of the chest. You have the ribs that are a little bit harder to deform.
Okay. The head is not as elastic as the neck, correct? You would agree?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that the head is a hard object, sort of like the ribs, or maybe harder?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree in this particular instance, there were at least 2 wounds to the top of the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever try to ascertain the depth of those wounds from the head?
Yes.
Did you? Did you document those findings?
Not in this narrative.
Okay. So you measured
No
it, but you just
werewolf.
didn't document it. To be, I just want to be clear.
Yes. Based on the wound tracks, I developed an estimate, but at the time of the autopsy, I did not specifically measure the depth of the head wounds.
Okay. So you're just estimating based upon your memory or looking at the picture, correct?
Yes. I mean, the labels have rulers, so yes.
Okay. But the labels have rulers to give you some estimation on the width of the wound, correct?
Correct.
Not the depth of the wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, when one is looking at the pictures and they see the width of the wound, that can't really gauge somebody or give them any type of approximation on what the depth of the wound is,
Not the
correct?
keyboard.
So how are you coming up with this estimation then, if that's the case?
Yes. So I misspoke. So general anatomic
It's an
structure.
educated
The
witch.
scalp is a depth of 1 centimeter. So that is how I came up with that estimate.
Okay. Do you know whether or not this wound penetrated the scalp and went into the brain?
It did not go into the brain.
This is what I deal with all day. Dingus the
Do you know if it
sidekick.
touched the brain?
It did not touch the brain.
Okay. Do you ever review the toxicology reports?
I do.
Okay. In this particular situation, did you review the toxicology reports?
I did.
Okay. And did you find anything of remarkable in the toxicology reports or anything of value in your opinion?
I would need a copy of the toxicology report to refresh my memory.
Judge, can we approach?
I wonder if she had something in her blood work that they don't want coming out with her family. Dingus, stop. He's like, I was just clearing your desk off for you. You're a little too cluttered. You're welcome.
Was that part of the exhibit that was admitted, or is it?
No, Your Honor, it's a separate exhibit that, will, get it. It's marked as, proposed exhibit 23, and I guess I'd move for its admission if there's no objection.
No objection.
Okay,
I hand it
Equals
to you.
23 is admitted.
Oh, okay. So it seemed that the toxicology report was not entered into evidence. I am kind of shocked that the state is letting the defense go into this since it wasn't covered on direct. But I think the state kind of knows they have a redonkulous case.
look up when you've had a chance to review the toxicology.
Oh. I've had a chance.
Okay, and just to be clear, are you looking at the report that was issued on March 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything of particular value in the toxicology report?
There were several substances present, but as to their relevance to this case, I would defer to a toxicologist.
Okay. Are you familiar with, if I butcher this name, the gamma hydrobutyric acid? If I'm probably mispronouncing that.
I'm familiar
She
with
had
it.
GB.
Okay, and what is that?
It's more commonly known as GHB,
GHB, sorry.
which is most known for being a substance that is used as a, quote, date rape drug. But it's also a substance that is endogenously produced by the body.
Okay, so what you're saying is that from this report, there was a presence of what you classified as the date rape in her system?
Judge,
Hold on.
So
Yes.
from what I just heard, I guess there are natural processes within the body that maybe contribute to creation of this compound once you pass away. That sounds like what she said. Again, I'm not a doctor, so I'll let them clear this up. But that sounds like that's what she was saying. But I'm not a doctor, so let's let her clear it up. Oh, thank you, Heidi, for that. Because honestly, I love chat when they explain things to me because I don't know everything, but we have the collective, intelligence of chat, and I am here for it.
So I guess the objection is sustained because we do have a toxicologist who is about to take the stand when we get to them as far as further questions about that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
just briefly, Doctor, when it comes to the damage to the smaller blood vessels in your neck that you discussed, can you describe, I guess, for the jury, what type of, what would be the nature of bleeding or blood loss that you would expect from that sort of damage?
So those major vessels that I described in the neck, they all have smaller branching
It does
arteries,
seem like
arterioles,
that.
capillaries. So the nature of the bleeding that I would expect from those would be more sluggish. But if a significant arteriole was perforated, there could be some spurting. But again, since it's a lot smaller in caliber than the carotid artery, I wouldn't expect it to be that significant.
Okay, and so are we talking like in the movies, a fire hose or something like that of blood?
No.
What kind of bleeding, I guess, when you say more sluggish, how can you describe that?
So it'd be more of like a trickling / steady pool.
Think like flowing lava or oozing toothpaste versus spraying water hose. Think, leaking slowly with volume, steady, but not, a hose. I mean, and I think this does bring up a really good point that we might get lost when we're going through the technical things. This was a horrible way to pass away. She passed away losing blood flow to her brain, aspirating blood from her many wounds, and the blood from her neck, some of it pooled in her neck tissue, cutting off her airway. It's not a quick, instant Hollywood way that she passed away. It's a terrifying, slow, horrendous way. And to do a really good investigation and find who did this and could have proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel like that's the least she was owed. And for some reason that I am not privy to, they took this case to trial with what they had. And it was obviously not enough to convince anyone in the jury or everyone in the jury.
And what's the sort of, what part of the body is responsible for generating the force of blood flow?
So, as I mentioned, your arteries are a higher pressure vessel. So they have these smooth muscles along them that cause that higher pressure when they contract. And then the veins, they don't have those smooth muscles. They have valves that help to prevent the backflow of blood, but they pretty much just distend and retract based on the volume of blood that's passing through them.
Okay, and once blood leaves a wound, you mentioned it can possibly be obstructed by something that might impact the amount to which it spurts. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what might be some sort of common obstructions that might have an impact on the nature of bleeding?
So, for example, if the person who was stabbed puts their hand to the wound to try to stem the flow of blood, that would be an obstruction.
Okay, would clothing also be an obstruction?
It could be, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
So you indicated that, I guess, the severing or the potential severing of the smaller arteries would be a sluggish blood flow, correct?
In comparison to the carotid artery, yes.
Okay. And by sluggish, that could also prolong the time that that person would maybe otherwise die in comparison to severage of the carotid artery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Questions from the jury? Write it down, Council Approach.
Okay, you guys, that's where we are going to end today. We are nearly at the end of day 2. We will pick back up. I will wear something in the pirate theme, I guess, since Zach demands. But thank you guys for watching this trial with me. I really found it very interesting when I was reading articles. I couldn't quite get how the jury had gone the way they had with their verdict, but now seeing more of the case, the defense is doing a really good job of putting up reasonable doubt, making sure that you understand that the state doesn't have all the answers. They are, piecing together things. They are, trying to make dots match in a way that maybe isn't organic or doesn't fit all the evidence. So it's not hard to see, having sat through 2 days, how the jury all of them could fail to be convinced and it wouldn't be unanimous. And thank you for Dees for sending me the cutest little kid karate or judo fight. Oh my gosh. Now I need a little to put in a little karate uniform. Oh my goodness. And Jiraiya, congratulations for your sister. That's what it appears to me. And I really struggle to understand the logic of going forward with this case at this point. I don't know if there was growing irritation, upset, or what have you. I'm not that close to Detroit, and I didn't study the culture and political winds around this time. So there might have been a groundswell of like, you need to take care of this. We are major donors. What is going on? and they bowed to that political force instead of, sticking to, we need to wait until we have enough evidence. Uh, absolutely. I should be able to possibly do that. I am getting more skills. Uh, look out for one-liners and a bunch of man bun clips to enter tomorrow, because I think you're mischaracterizing me may become my new favorite clip, and the pout. So I'm definitely going to work on those tonight. There is no newsy news tonight. It is date night. I am letting Mr. Mo pick the movie. We will be watching Twisters at home. And maybe it is finally cool enough that maybe we can have our first fire in our fireplace. Uh, love indoor fireplaces, not gonna lie. Any hoozle, have a wonderful day. Stay safe out there. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. I am sending you over to Recovery Attic. I believe he's doing the Teller or Tellis case. So be sure to say I sent him over. I'm going to go and pick up Feral Boys. I know you're jealous. Don't be peanut butter and jealous. They're still feral. So I will see you guys in the morning. Have a great evening and goodbye. And thank you so much for your support. Don't forget to like, subscribe, do all the YouTube things, and have a wonderful day. Bye, guys.